We're in. We're in the game. Let's get Hollow Knight up. We're getting Hollow Knight up. Let's see what we got. Oh, I should have that volume mixer going. Hollow Knight, you coming up? Hey, Hollow Knight. There we go. I'm going to open the volume mixer. Just make sure that I have control over that. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Let me let people know. Everyone. Debating live. Oh, that's not correct. Let me, I think I just click it. Let people know. There we go. Mute that. My goodness. I added something to it. It's called Debate a Woke Liberal. Just seemed right to do that, I guess. Curious if we get different callers coming in. This ought to be good. All right, well, let's play this game. Coliseum of Fools. No, I was here. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's a good morning for me. I went out and I had breakfast. And it was nice. I had it was like a fajita omelet. Very tasty, I must say. Very, very tasty. I think we have more to do, though. We managed to get one, but I can see my body in the Royal Waterways, so let's go collect that, I suppose. And we'll turn it down as soon as we get a call. For now, well, let's hope that we don't get hit like that. My goodness, that was terrible. I've been playing Crash Bandicoot, guys, and it's been messing with me a little bit in some games. Pepper, don't do that. No, do that. Don't do that, Bobby. All right. Druid says, sup, libtardo. What's up? Do you like my new title? Do you like the new title? I don't know if I'm going to keep it, but I like it. Debate a woke liberal, because it's like I very much am that. Hey, you know, I'll lay claim into that. A lot of people are like, that's a bad thing to be called woke, and I'm like, no, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I don't. I'm just like, bro, being aware of, like, I don't know, like the problems in society. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think be aware of those things and, you know, realize, hey, are there things that we can do to make things better? That's kind of where I'm at with it. Anyway, let's see. I got to go to the Royal Waterways. So that's what we're going to do. Waterways. Waterways. I don't even have the map for this place. Druid says, did you hear that Nick completely went against Trump in a video? Yes. Are you saying Nick Fuentes? Yes, I am aware of this. It was really funny. Very funny. And he said that the liberals are right. Yeah, I remember that. That's so funny. Imagine Nick Fuentes saying that the liberals were right. It comes in as a sweet fruit. A sweet fruit. That's hilarious. Let me take a look here. Okay, so I don't have a map for this area, guys. I'm just like stuck and lost in the dark. I heard something crying. Did y'all hear that? I heard something crying. That is funny though to hear that. Yeah, Druid says, I'm so glad that we got fascists on our side. Oh, good. Yeah, stay over there. Like, I don't want anything to do with you. I could have sworn I heard like a baby crying. It's so faint. You know, I don't think I noticed how good the sound is in this game. Yeah, that's a baby. It sounds like one of the, what is it called? Little caterpillars that are stuck in a thing. Well, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. If you want to call in on the show, you can. You have the ability. Debate the woke liberal. I'm right here. I'm not running. Bobro says, sup liberal. How is the liberal today? Liberal, LOL. Yeah, how you doing, Bobro? I was wondering where you were. I was like, where's Bobro? Bobro's always around. I'm actually astonished how you can manage to pull that off. Oh my god. Where do I go? Can I get a map or something? Druid says, I thought you were going to play BioShock. Or is that next? Yeah, I was considering like beating this game. And then, honestly, BioShock. That would be a really good game to do. We can comment on how stupid Ayn Rand is. You know, because it's like that whole game is like a critique to objectivism. I don't know if you realize that, but it is. If you know anything about objectivism and Ayn Rand, and oh my god, if you don't, congratulations, you're all the better for it. It's pretty bad. These things creep me out, man. You chop them in half, and then they then each part of their body turns into a monster. I don't like them. I don't like it. We got to talk about that. I don't like it. Look at it. It goes. Ew. Give me the floaty dudes that just like when you hit them they expand. They're kind of cute. Druid says, I can't wait to be like a mender when I grow. Bulbro says, it seems like at least for a week you get free food due to death. Huh? What are you talking about? I was 6 minutes late and I had a lot going on this week because of my grandpa's death. Oh, dude. Yeah, dude. I'm still very sorry about that, man. That's terrible. Sorry you're going through that, man. I really do. No, but it's okay, Bobro. You don't have to be here every time. You know, it is not necessary. I miss Bobro. That's all. Bobro is a good bean. But anyways, we are taking phone calls. 202-998-5218. If you want to come in and debate the woke liberal, I'm right here. I'm not running. I'll even turn down the game for you. Oh, hello. So joyful, vigorous combat. I'd almost forgotten the feeling. I was once a knight, you see, by the grace of a good king. I stood proudly before the throne, watching hollowness swell to greatness. Then nasty business with the affliction. Huh. Formless enemy, how to defeat such a foe? Our king tried his own way. A cruel means it was, and still eventually we were brought low. Bah, I should not be so morose. You've invigorated me. 'Tis truly a delight to meet someone whose strength can match my own. I like his prose. Bobro says, it seems like at least a week you get free food. Oh, okay, yeah. I understand. I understand what you were saying now. Um, yeah, I mean, I hope things go well for you, Bobro. I really do. I've thought about that. Like, what if, like, my brother died? Like, I would be really, really sad. I would have a really hard time with that. I told my brother, I said, "You're not allowed to die. You, you have to. You're forced. That I am to die before you. I drink more than you, so I'm sure that'll be true, right?" I need to figure out where to go in this area. Um, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. If you want to debate the liberal, the woke liberal, I'm right here. I'll hear out your arguments. I will. I'll do it. I'll be good. I'll hear you out. How do I... It goes down. Oh, fuck. I'd hate to say this, but I do have to use the bathroom. So just give me a quick moment. Let everybody just kind of compile in, but I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, I wasn't anticipating that, but it is what it is. All right, here we go. Let's go. Let's keep playing. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. If you want to call in and debate the liberal, I'm right here. And if no calls, not a big deal. We'll just keep playing we're going to keep playing some Hollow Knight. This game is great. It's a really good game. Also, whatever is going on here is a freaking nightmare. Considering that all of these things are bugs, you know, it's like clear to me that like the bugs, like maybe they're like under, like this is like under a rock somewhere or something. You know? Let me see here. GGM says, Lamau! Druid says, I got a video editing job the same day I downloaded the video software. I think it's a sign. Heck yeah. GJM says, Bobro, to be clear, if a woman is killed, no one would be able to report or investigate into it with the knowledge that a woman was killed or to... What? What are you talking about? What is happening? Gotta find where to go. I don't have a map for this place. It's kind of spooky. Spooky place. Very spooky here. Oh, yeah. Now that we have the tram pass, we should be able to just go, right? Let's rest. We are taking calls 202-998-5218 if you want to come in and debate the liberal. I'm right here. Oh, hear out your arguments. Not just debate the liberal, debate a woke liberal. See? I don't know if I'm going to keep the woke thing, but I am very much woke. That's 100%. 100%. Super woke. What do you guys think? Do you think I should say, you know, debate the woke liberal to ensure that people are aware that it's not a classical liberal, it's like it's a very progressive liberal? What do you guys think? Imagine being a liberal bug in 2025, a woke liberal bug at that. Make it a joke about Holland. Nice. I like it. I think I should be called the woke liberal. I am the woke liberal. I mean, who self-calls themselves woke? Like, nobody. Nobody does that. I'll do that. I don't care about that. Call me that. I am that. Which way do I go? It looks like there's like a way down. Oh, duh. So, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a tram, and I should be able to take it to wherever I want, I believe. Okay, so this I do not have. Yeah, I don't have this. Can't get through this. We are taking calls. 202. April Cox says, imagine having empathy and compassion. It's so true. It's so true. Very true. Couldn't agree with you more. All right, let's take a look here. We should, okay, yeah, so there is a tram. We're going to take the tram and figure something out. but I gotta go up because the tram is above, not below. I thought it was below. It is not below. All right, let's take a look here. We're going to inspect a mechanism with a slot with an insert tram pass. Yes. Oh my. That's nice. Yee. Press glow button. Okay. Okay. What is this place? Oh my. Oh my. Discover Hub. I'm like Link's hookshot the way I shoot ropes. Jesus. Chill, man. Fuck. What's wrong with you? Good Lord. So the woke liberal. Got anything fancy schmancy going on? Yeah, it's my birthday soon. July 21st is my birthday. And it's my family's. We're going to get together today and we're going to go out to eat. And I'm excited for that. I am. Oh boy. Wigan Keegan says morning woke ender. That's good. That's good. Good work. What do you guys think about me reframing it, calling my show instead of Debate a Liberal? We just call it Debate the Woke Liberal. Debate a Woke Liberal, right? Bobro says, happy early birthday. Thank you. I am old. I am very old. I'm getting older. I am, will be turning 36. 36. I was born in 1989. And, yeah, that's definitely an age. That is an age. Why did I fall that far? Wigan Keegan says, seems kind of baity. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, it's very baity, for sure. I think that's intentional, though. Like, I honestly want to see if I can, like, change the minds of people who are just, like, on the right to realize that, like, hey, being woke is not so bad. Like, I don't know if you guys... I don't know. Maybe I'm wasting my time. Who knows? All right, let me see. Where's a map for this place? Little bees. Discover Hub says, I'm like Hollow Knight, the way I leave her hollow at night. Jeez, dude, chill with the sex stuff. Why you gotta be weird with the sex stuff? And I also do not have, I have my notifications turned on, so let me get streamer mode active. Streamer mode. Enable streamer mode. There you go, no more pings. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. I want to hear out your opinions. Do you hate woke liberalism? Do you hate it? Do you hate me? I would love to hear you out. I really would. I would. Bobro says, no taxation without representation. Can we have a new revolution against Trump because I am not being represented in his government? Funny. Honestly, I think that the Trumpos, they're eating themselves alive right now with the whole Epstein case and everything. They won't shut up about it, and I think that's going to be great. Michael says pit bulls are bad dogs. That is a dog whistle, unironically, in more ways than one. Are you aware of the pit bull dog whistle? Because I am. I am painfully aware of it. Hell yeah, there we go. Druid says, we should all work together and get Donald Trump to be one of your callers. Hello, it is me. Honestly, I'd be kind of afraid of him. Like, I don't want to be in the spotlight with Donald Trump. Like, I really would not, because like I feel like that would be very dangerous. Like, he would just like eminent domain my house or something, like some crazy shit. Like, I just wouldn't want that. I would like go out of my way to avoid it. Let's see. Druid says we should all. Okay, sorry. Bobro says pit bulls are not bad dogs, just like people of color, not naturally more inclined to commit crime. Yeah, that's the dog whistle that a lot of racist neo-Nazis like to propose. They'll say, that pit bulls are bad dogs. They are inherently, they inherently are violent, and it's like, okay, I can grant you that even the pit bulls are aggressive dogs. So that doesn't mean that there aren't unaggressive pit bulls. Like, there's tons of really friendly pit bulls. So it's like, why do all pit bulls have to suffer? So that's kind of the pull away from the blatant dog whistle. Let's see here. You realize your minds went racist. Yeah, because, I've heard the pit bull argument. I've heard it. Right. So when you bring up pit bulls, it's like, okay, yeah, I know what you're trying to do. By the way, we are taking calls, 202-998-5218. If you want to call in and debate the woke liberal, I'm right here. Where is this? Oh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender.
How you
So
doing?
you're telling me that is a dog whistle when I had no hidden intentions? Come on, buddy. That's not a dog whistle. I wasn't being racist.
Okay. So why bring up pit bulls?
It was just something I thought about, and chat was a little slow, so I just dumped it in there. I really wasn't trying to be racist. I don't understand it. And like I said in that comment, Dobermans and Rotties are also considered ghetto dogs, quote unquote, but they're good dogs. It's just this one dog that's the problem. But do you see how your liberal mind went racist instantly? The first thing you did was think, oh, he's attacking black people. When it was not even close to that, dude.
I mean, nobody brought up any dogs.
Sorry, buddy.
You brought up dogs. So
I did bring up
curious
dogs,
as to
but it was
why.
harmless. It was literally harmless. Like,
No, that's the point of a dog whistle, is that you try to obfuscate the what you're trying to communicate.
so you're saying that my intentions were to be as racist as subtly possible by attacking their dogs? I'm sorry, but
it could be.
I'm a little bit more courageous than that. If I got a problem with somebody, I'll call them out directly.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Well,
dude,
a lot of people do that. Just FYI. I mean, you should if your intentions were not that, then that's fabulous. That's good. I just want to let you know that when people bring up pit bulls, that's typically a racist dog whistle.
Okay. I'm just saying that maybe you shouldn't think that everyone is trying to be racist every time, because that's why the liberals lose.
You think?
Not everyone is trying to be racist. They're not. It's not their intention to go out and belittle somebody over nothing.
Well, I mean, you should just at least be aware that bringing up pit bulls in a debate topic or a debate conversation, that is seen as a dog whistle. Because racists do use that as an example. They do it all the time.
All right, I guess I'll give that to you because I don't look. To me, it's not like that.
Okay.
I was literally just making some inane comment about dogs. Just because chat seemed a little slow. I wasn't out here trying to be racist or something like that. But like I said, if you guys keep thinking like that, you're just going to keep losing.
Oh, I don't think so. No, I think human empathy and compassion is really important, and applying to like generalistic stereotypes is probably not healthy. And I think pointing it out is appropriate.
What generalistic stereotype? Because it seems like you're still running with the idea that I was intending to be racist.
Well,
and
a lot of people
way?
do. They use that particular example to be racist.
Okay. All right, dude. This is why.
Okay.
You want to know why people don't like liberals or being woke? This is why.
Okay.
Because that's ridiculous.
All right.
I'm sorry, man.
Let's apply some human empathy and compassion, and maybe use our heads a little bit there when you bring up.
Dude, where did I not do that?
Then you get called out for pointing out racist dog whistles.
Where did I not do that? Where was I?
Yeah,
being
I know that's the point of a
incompassionate?
again, we're back in the same circle. That's the point of a racist dog whistle, is that you can obfuscate it.
So you're saying
it has an
and then I
element of
called you?
plausible deniability, but I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that there's a racist implication there. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that.
Okay, so you're saying that I was being racist, and instead
I
of
said that it
hiding
has a
in the
racist
comments.
implication. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
regardless of what you're saying, it has a racist implication to you.
It implies a
'cause it's
racist
an inane
implication.
comment.
Yes.
To you, right?
Yes,
You're the one inferring
yes,
that.
it's a dog whistle. Yes.
Yes, you're the one inferring that,
No,
not
I'm not the
everyone
one
else.
inferring that. I'm sure other people caught on it as well.
Caught on it. See, there
Yeah.
you go again. Why would I call you then to correct you?
Okay. Well, I mean, you're like saying, I mean, I think you even agreed that, okay, you're right, it is a racist dog whistle, so I don't see what
No, I didn't agree with that. What I said is that other ghetto dogs, right, which says I can see where you're identifying that, but that's not what I was saying.
Okay. Well, are you aware of that racist? Were you aware that was a racist dog whistle at all prior to?
I never would have called it a dog whistle. I understood when you said it's a dog whistle. To me, it was like, okay, he's talking about ghetto dogs being with black people, and that's what he's thinking right now. But that was not my intention. I literally just was hanging out with some pit bulls yesterday, and look, they made me nervous around my kid. They made me I'm around dogs a lot. I got 4 dogs myself.
Okay.
I'm just saying, it was an inane, harmless, little worthless comment, dude, and you're running with this idea that one of your watchers is racist or doing some dog whistling.
Well, I do,
or
believe it or not, I
intentionally
do
trying to-
have a lot of racist watchers. There's a lot of people that like to hate watch me.
Okay, well, I'm not hate watching you, dude, and
Oh,
I need
fair
you
enough.
to understand that not everyone is being racist every time they say something.
All right, fair enough.
I'm sorry, I had to defend myself, though. I couldn't. All right, sorry. Have a good day.
All right. Do you understand though, at least that? Did he hang up? Okay. I hope you guys understand that why that's a racist dog whistle, though. I guess. I'm not saying you are being a racist, that you are inherently being a racist, but that is a racist dog whistle. It's not a. Let's take a look here. Druid says randomly breeze up a racist dog whistle when there is thousands of other topics to get a conversation going. Kind of true. Kind of true. Druid says then you say other ghetto dog breeds. Yeah, that's a little sus, not gonna lie. Little sus. But maybe it wasn't. But that's kind of the point of a dog whistle. Anyway, you're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, good morning, buddy. How are you?
Is this do I know you? Is this Druid?
No, no, this is Gucci.
Oh, hey, how you doing, Ouija?
No, not Ouija. This is Gucci.
Oh, Gucci. What's up, Gucci?
Yeah. Nah, not much, man. Heading into work. Saw that you were streaming and listening to your streams make my day go by a little faster. So I
Nice.
appreciate you jumping on. Real quick. I missed the comment the previous guy made about dogs. As a black man myself, I think I can shed some perspective on this topic.
Sure.
But what did he say about pit bulls?
Yeah, he said prior. Let me see if I can pull up. It may have disappeared already, but let me look. Pit bulls are bad dogs. That's what he said.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it.
Oh, man. And that, I don't know how, so I guess I'll pick you on it some more. I don't know how saying pit bulls are bad dogs automatically turns to you're racist against black people.
No.
I mean,
It's I'm saying it's a common racist dog whistle. It is.
I've where does the logic track there?
I'll help you out.
never.
So yeah,
Okay.
it basically what it is that the racist, what they'll want to say is that pit bulls are inherently more violent dogs. That is true, by the way. They are inherently more violent, right? And what it does lay into light is inherent violency of black people. That's what they want you to kind of go towards, right? Like, hey, if dogs can be inherently violent, then therefore people can be inherently violent. The problem is that I can easily acknowledge any inherent violency, but that does not mean that a person is automatically prone to violence. I would like there's an inherent violency to men, for example, and that's kind of the defeater for the racist dog whistle. But yes, it is that when they bring up pit bulls, when people bring up pit bulls, saying that they are inherently bad dogs, I just want to let you know that is in fact a racist dog whistle that racists like to use. Right. And then they
See,
say
I
I
don't know
wasn't
if
being
you're-
racist. I was just talking about dogs. That's the point of a racist dog whistle.
See, I don't know if you're being cheeky when you say that, just because it sounds like you're making a pun or like you're doing a bit of saying, "Oh, that's a racist dog whistle," being literally, "Oh, it's a racist dog whistle against dogs." Is that what are you being funny? Are you making a joke?
No.
Okay.
Are you not tracking the conversation? I made the.
It doesn't. It's just a stretch. Like in my 35 years of being black, and I probably will live the rest of my life being black. If someone said to me, "Oh, pit bulls are one of the like inherently violent breeds," I'd be like, "Yeah, you're probably right. There's probably, like you just acknowledged, yeah, you're probably right. There's probably certain breeds that are more aggressive than others." I'd even go a step further and say that typically, if the owner is a chick, that dog is probably not going to get trained very well. Of course, we have to say not all. Some women are very good dog trainers, but in the black community, there's a lot of badass dogs that don't have that necessarily structure that they need. But saying that this particular breed in and of itself is more aggressive doesn't automatically say, "Oh yeah, black people are the same way."
Mm-hmm.
But to answer your question previously, I disagree with you on quite a bit. But I think the problem with the left is they've become hall monitors. They're really obsessed with fixing everybody else but themselves. Where the Republican Party, for example, in the 80s, we were the hall monitors. We were the ones that wanted to slap parental advisory stickers on rap music and on metal music, and we were the ones that were saying, "Yeah, Harry Potter is full of witchcraft," which I partially kind of agree to that. But we were for banning books and burning them and all this stuff.
Y'all are still for
and
banning books.
Now the left has seemed to become the hall monitors. When are they going to become the party of fun again?
Well, I mean, just so you're aware, no, it's actually not the left that is banning books. It's the right that is overwhelmingly banning books.
Well, I meant as far as
secondly, the fun party. Well, I would say that the party that wants to legalize weed is still there. If that's what you refer to as the fun party, it still is that, I think. But I think that being cognizant of marginalized groups of people, and then being able to be aware of the fact that people have not had a fair chance in life, and then seek to correct that. I don't find that to be a bad thing at all. I think that's a good thing. We should do that.
Yeah, but it's your methods of going about to correct it, where the right is inherently individualistic, and they want the individual to grab destiny by the fucking horns and make it, sorry if I can't curse, grab destiny by the horns and, get it done themselves, where the left seems to want other people to pay for the success of others.
Well, as a self-affirming woke liberal, I am also very individualistic. I don't think I ever shook that through my libertarian phases. I do believe that in the individual and wanting to take life by the horns. I don't think it's a good mentality to consider like, oh, woe is me, I can't do anything about it. I can be that way, and then at the same time say, hey, there are certain problems in society that make things harder for people, and we should seek to correct that.
What would be your top thing?
I think that the way that the education system is funded is completely fucked. We need to completely revamp that whole thing. It's bad. What they're going through right now. The way that education is funded, a majority of your money is poured into from property taxes. And property taxes is based off of a percentage of the value of the appraised value of the house. And it's often less by several years. But it's the appraised value of the house and then a percentage of that. And then you pay that every year. Because ghetto areas or lower class areas or marginalized areas have lower value houses, the amount of money that goes towards education is actually less than it would be for affluent areas. And so the end result is that they get a poor education all the way from K through 12. And it's no wonder that you see that there's a disparity of minorities being able to go into college. Does that make sense? I
totally agree. So what would be a better way to fund public education?
Some of the money needs to be divested from the rich community and put it into the poor community. There also needs to be community-centric design where we can actually get involved with the community itself to actually build up properties in the lower class areas.
Do you think the only way to get the proper education is throwing more money at it, or one of the only ways is to
it's a multifaceted approach.
Okay, so would you be okay with an approach that allowed parents to send their kids to these better schools and not have these rich communities whose kids don't go to that school fund that instead?
The answer is no, and the reason why is because I believe that we should rise all schools, not just have like, hey, here's shitty school and here's really good school. Try to take your kid to the really good school, because a lot of the times the lower class areas, it takes a great deal of driving to actually get to the better schools. And what ends up happening is that they just end up choosing the the worst school anyway, because they likely have to, because they're working a job and they just don't have enough time to be driving an hour and a half one way. So I would rather just build up those schools.
Right, or a system to where some of the stay-at-home moms in the community who may be really good at math, can get some homeschool going on for the other kids in the neighborhood who struggle with math, and the dads who are really good with mechanics, can have a class for the kids in the community where they can learn about automotives and things of that nature. Yeah. And even the moms that are good at science can do that same thing. This is a system that's already in place. I think a lot of times too. A lot of that.
I don't trust homeschooling at all.
Why is that?
Because it's a framework for abuse.
Go on.
So, if you're abusing your child, you can harm them a great deal, and then the public school is going to eventually ask, where did little Billy get their bruises from? And because the parent is being accused of beating their child, they often go and say, well, forget this, I'm going to take my child out of school, and I'm going to homeschool my child. That's the last time you end up seeing the child, and there's actually no checks and balances on that child. There is no, they effectively disappear and go under the radar. That you never see that child again. And it is not uncommon that there are individuals that have literally died as a result of this. And so I would not want that. There needs to be accountability for it.
I'm baffled how you're jumping to this logic here. So, homeschooling is bad because the kid is around their parents more, and their parents will abuse them.
I mean, I have seen instances where homeschooling is quite good. And then I have seen instances where homeschooling is horrendous. The problem is that there's no accountability standards. If you're
that's actually not true.
If you're in a rich and affluent area where the parents can be at home, it's actually quite effective. Right, especially if there's special needs, it's very effective. However, in a lot of the times, a lot of the surveys, what they do is that they only really observe those types of areas. They do not observe the lower class areas where the homeschooling is quite poor.
Well, they still have the same standards to meet, so you can't just take your kid out of school and not tell anyone and say, yep, they're just being homeschooled. There's still standards they have to meet.
No, you literally can do that. That's the problem. You can do that.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Well, okay, maybe in your state you can, but
okay. Well, I would like that. I would like there to be a federalized standard. That's what I'm saying. Like, do you see my problem?
There's still that same standard that they have to meet. There's still curriculum that they have to.
No,
there is.
They don't have to. They literally can just drop off the face of the earth, and you'll never hear from that child again. That's why I don't like it. I think it's bad.
That's why you can't. So
I'm not making this, my dude. I'm not making this stuff up, dude. Like, you think like this is the first time I've looked this stuff
up, but you're misinformed.
Where are you getting that?
You can't take your kid out of school.
Yes, you can.
And not tell anyone.
Yes, you can. It's your kid.
Okay, fine. We'll pass by that point since we don't seem to agree there. I think even if you look at college, a lot of that cost goes to the administrators. A lot of that cost goes to these amenities that these kids want. They want a nice dorm. They want a pool. They want a gym. They want all this extra stuff. Yeah. All this extra stuff costs money. So if we just do a real true dissection of where all this money is going, I think we'll find that we have quite a bit of money. We just have to reallocate it to where it's important. I think if you're between first and fourth grade, I think most of school should be recess, should be playing, should be finding out what this kid is good at, and then putting the resources towards what this kid is good at. So if this kid's saying, oh, I want to be a construction worker, okay, well, let's find The things that we can, like, I want to be a crane operator. Okay, well, here's what will make a successful crane operator. This is going to be your curriculum. Conversely, Susie wants to be
I don't want
pediatrician.
I don't want to train
dedicated curriculum for that.
I don't want to train students to become workers. I want them to train them to become critical thinkers. I believe that, and I just decided to look this up just to confirm that I wasn't crazy, that I am correct about this. There are states with very minimal homeschool regulations. They are called no notice or low regulation states. One of them is Texas. It is considered one of the most lenient regarding homeschoolings. Parents do not have to register. They do not have to notify a single individual. There is no curriculum approval. There is no testing. There is no progress documentation required. You can just take them and say, okay, we're going to just pull them. All they have to do is just affirm that they're teaching reading, spelling, grammar, math, and good citizenship. That's it. They don't have to prove any of that. I'm not making that up.
Right, but you were making it sound like that's the case everywhere, and I said that's not the case everywhere. I conceded it may be the case.
There needs to be a federalized
standard. That's not the case everywhere.
This is also the case in Idaho, also the case in Oklahoma, Alaska, Missouri. There needs to be a federalized standard that ensures children are accounted for. I think that's really important because a lot of abusive parents take advantage of this, especially people that want to religiously indoctrinate their children. They often do this.
And you obviously have a problem with that.
100%. Yes.
I think choice is huge. I think
I understand that.
To know what their kids are. Right. So
I mean, in the United States, we've adopted an approach.
Inherently bad.
We've adopted the approach that it's the parents first, the parents' rights first, superseding, so much so that parents can neglect to give their children, say, vaccines. That, I think, is super harmful. We need to take a wild step back on that. I don't believe that you have a right to abuse your child. And when it comes to homeschooling, you're going to find instances of very, very wide-ranging results. In poorer or lower affluent communities, homeschooling is horrendous. It's actually some of the worst ever schooling imaginable. And then in higher affluent areas, it often is better. So I just go back to the idea, like your solution that homeschooling is the move, I think it is a woefully misunderstood result that would ultimately harm communities, impoverished communities. And I think what we need to do is reframe our taxation system to where impoverished communities can get the resources they need in order to have better schooling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything. So I will agree that not everyone is meant to be a teacher. Not everyone can teach. Sometimes the parents don't have it in them and say, all right, well, I thought I could do this homeschooling myself, but I was wrong. I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with impoverished areas where they don't have the skills to do something like this. And I think it's wrong to automatically assume that just because they're not in the same tax bracket, that they're worse off.
Well, I mean, we know that they're worse off, though. We know for a fact that they are worse off.
Not necessarily, and not necessarily. It doesn't automatically mean that.
I mean, overall, they are worse off.
Don't have what it takes to homeschool.
Overall, they are worse off.
Not necessarily.
Well,
I guess we'd have to figure out.
Overall, they are
by
yes, necessarily. I'm not, dude.
Money.
I'm not saying that like it's an opinion. That's the fact. That's the reality. Like, I can sit there and show you, hey, look at the schooling in impoverished areas in comparison to affluent areas. It's obviously better in affluent areas, and it's not. And there's numerous factors why. Parents don't have to spend as much time working. They can actually teach their children after they get home from school. That's one thing that's huge. Being able to afford a tutor, that's huge. There's many different reasons why, or the nutrition as well is also a huge factor as to why children in more affluent areas do better off. Food deserts is a huge concern regarding that. You can't. It is empirically the case that impoverished communities do worse schooling, and I believe it is because they don't have the resources.
That's not so. When I needed a tutor, it was someone from the community. I mean, this is what people do in the middle class all the time. You need your lawn mowed. You find the kid in the community, or the kid in the community offers to mow your lawn. Same thing in these poor areas. There's still kids out there. There's still, hey, here's a tutor. I'm tutoring. I need $10-15, and I will tutor your kid math. It's these communities, just because they don't look the same as these affluent neighborhoods, doesn't inherently mean that they don't have access to similar resources. Sure, you're not going to go and spend $250 at your brick and mortar math tutor, but there's still other options out there. Probably definitely cheaper options out there. Just like if you want your grass mowed, you don't have to go to a landscaper. You can go to Johnny down the block who will do it for $15 and a Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you that there aren't like certain levels of resources, but it still shows that affluent areas get more resources, and that's the way the system is designed. That's empirically the fact.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, they need to become the party of fun again. Stop policing everyone. Stop telling everyone that they're inherently wrong. And yeah, become punk rock again. You guys were much cooler in the in the 80s.
Okay. Well, I am very woke, so.
All right, brother. Well, I'm gonna listen to the stream some more. And yeah, thanks for
good time.
helping me get through my work day, brother.
Yeah, of course. Glad to help.
Peace.
Have a good day.
All right, you too. Bye.
It's interesting. Phone numbers are open, 202-998-5218. If you want to have a conversation, just give me a call. I'm right here. Bro, these freaking little jumping mosquito things, they kind of suck. All right. Let me see here. GJM says there aren't varying educational results in public education, of course. Wait, I literally was saying, yeah, there's huge, wide variance. But what I enjoy about schooling is that there's at least a standard. There's a federalized standard for teaching children. And regarding homeschooling, there is not. There is no federalized standard for homeschooling, and I think it's extremely dangerous. I think it ultimately harms children. I really do. Anyway. Turn the game back up. Mosquitoes suck by design, says Wiegand. Is that the racist dog whistle again? Bubblegut says, yes, they do, and you have no evidence otherwise. Bubblegut says, kids who are homeschooled actually do very well in society. Yes, I am aware of these studies that show that homeschooling is really, really effective. In some cases, they are. The problem is that a lot of the studies that actually get published, and you can look them up yourself, I have not found a study that actually shows, an empirical grounding that is not coming from a homeschooling think tank. So to put it into perspective, a lot of the studies you're reading regarding homeschooling are funded by homeschooling religious think tanks. And then what they do is that they selectively pick middle and upper class people being homeschooled, and they do not measure the low class. And so it looks like that they do better, right? The studies show that they do better, but a lot of the times is because of selective bias. And at the worst case scenario in the lower areas, it ends up in literally being child neglect and abuse. And so I believe that there needs to be accountability. There needs to be a standard, a federalized standard that ensures children are checked on, right? Very simple. And there also needs to ensure that they have, reading, math comprehension, that they have all of that. Okay. And if they don't have that, that's a problem. You should absolutely have a giant red flag in the event that they that someone says homeschooling is good. A lot of the times this has to do with religious indoctrination. Bubblegut says, I don't believe you. I'm not making this up. I can provide information that shows it. Give me a moment. Hang tight. I'll find you some information. Okay. Give me a moment. Does homeschooling work? A critique of the empirical claims and agenda of the advocacy organizations. This is from the APA. The phenomenal growth of homeschooling in recent years demonstrate not only the appeal of educational approach, but also the notable policy acumen of the homeschooling movement's leading advocates. The analysis examines and critiques the empirical claims made by homeschooling proponents to justify further expansion and deregulation of the movement. This sheds light on the homeschool advocacy agenda explicit in those claims. Advocates often suggest a causal connection between homeschooling and academic success, post-secondary attainment, and enjoyment of life. Seemingly, these benefits are experienced all at a reduced cost per student. It is through such claims that homeschooling advocates have expanded the practice of homeschooling and have pressured for fewer state regulations and less oversight. The article outlines and challenges those claims, showing a tenuous basis for such conclusions. Instead, in an era where policymakers demand evidence of effective educational practices, we note a remarkable lack of empirical evidence and effectiveness of this popular approach, and suggested that continued efforts to claim such evidence exists indicates the desire of advocates to further advance what is largely an ideological agenda of deregulation as an end in itself. We can see if we can pull up the actual paper. Let me go ahead and collect that for you. Give me a moment while I get the paper. Okay. Got it right here. How do I get this to people? It's just a PDF. Bubblegut says, it sounds like Amender thinks the state should have ultimate control over kids as opposed to their parents. That's a straw man. I don't say that. And I'm not saying that all homeschooling is bad. I think what is necessary is realize that there needs to be accountability. Public schools have accountability. That is not the case for homeschooling in certain states. Who's calling me? I have to ignore that. Okay. Let's take a look. I'm curious if we have any charts. Let me see if we can find this. Hold on. I've not read this section. I should read it. Claims on effects. First, probably the most important claim made by and for homeschoolers is that approach works, is effective, or gets results because it is likely leads to certain desirable outcomes such as enhancing academic effectiveness, promoting greater civic engagement, increasing participation and success in higher education, and enriching later life and job satisfaction. This is from the HSLDA, 2013, Lips and Feinberg, 2008, Ray, 2009. The focus of the academic achievement in particular is a critical issue because hopes of improving the educational experiences and future life opportunities of homeschooled students depended on evidence that the treatment is more effective than other alternatives. It is thus a key argument for expanding the homeschooling movement, as proponents of homeschooling believe that it will help individual students as well as boost the educational productivity in a country in an era of international economic competitiveness. Similarly, other claims about the impact of homeschooling on success in higher education, enriched civic engagement, and future life outcomes are also useful for supporting policies that can further expand the movement. I should not be eating jelly beans while I'm sitting here reading out complex scientific journals. My apologies. Any such claims about the effects of homeschooling on desirable outcomes are undercut, however, by basic empirical imperatives. Although there is little dispute that homeschooling children typically attain higher test scores on average, the question is whether homeschooling causes better achievement or engagement or higher education participation, etc. Outcomes such as increased achievement and engagement may simply be a reflection of the advantages that homeschooling families typically bring to their children, advantages that would likely make it that these students would succeed academically in life even if they were educated in schools. For instance, according to research results produced by proponents, homeschooled children score above national averages on standardized achievement tests. However, although advocates suggest that above-average test scores demonstrate the success of homeschooling, what is known and is one of the most important factors influencing student performance rests on socioeconomic predispositions like family income, parental educational attainment, and so on. Accordingly, although there may be a correlation between the act of homeschooling and higher academic outcomes, researchers and advocates have yet to demonstrate a causal relationship between these two factors. What is more likely is that those parents who choose to homeschool are more invested in the educational outcomes of their children, can afford supplemental materials and the financial flexibility benefits to forego a secondary income, and have higher educational attainment. Factors that we know are true of the homeschooling population. Ray, 2010. These factors are likely to explain the explanation for higher test scores rather than the practice of homeschooling itself. That being said, high-achieving students who are homeschooled might very well still reap the benefits of their socioeconomic advantages if they were enrolled in a public school. It follows that children of parents who homeschooled could fare at least as well in public school as they do in private realm of their home. Perhaps the best way to test for any causal relationship of homeschooling on these outcomes would be conduct randomized trials that naturally account for the influence of co-founding factors. Yet, by definition, homeschooling families are those that are motivated to self-select into the quote-unquote treatment group, making it virtually impossible to construct a useful comparison group with the same attributes and motivations, thereby undercutting the possibility of identifying homeschooling as the causal mechanism of improving outcomes. Alternatively, in trying to isolate the impact of homeschooling itself, researchers could attempt to control for all other factors to influence academic outcomes. However, researchers can more easily control for observable factors in comparing groups and treatments. They face significant obstacles in unobservable factors like motivation, initiative, and commitment to education, extremely important predictors of academic success that are known to be well represented in the homeschooling community. Therefore, any attempts to discern the impact of homeschooling are extremely limited, if not fatally flawed. Nevertheless, homeschooling proponents often point to surveys, such as a report from the Rudner, in claiming that higher scores for homeschoolers show the effectiveness of the approach. Yet this is akin to arguing that dentists are more effective than emergency room physicians because they see lower mortality rates. The population represented in the sample of the Rudner study is qualitatively different from the larger population to which we're compared, making causal claims unsupportable, even as Rudner noted. In fact, the study drew on samples of homeschoolers using testing service offered by a conservative Christian university. Not only is such a sample not representative of the wider homeschooling population, as the author acknowledged, but even if we were able to overcome the obstacles of controlling unobservable factors with survey data, it is virtually impossible to construct a sample that the representative of the wider population. This is because the basic information about size and nature of the population that homeschools their children in the United States, an essential prerequisite for making general claims about the treatment, is unknowable due to a substantial degree of under- and non-reporting associated with the movement. Consequently, efforts to encourage policymakers to expand the homeschooling movement based on claims of the effectiveness of their approach are on extremely tenuous empirical ground. The research used to advocate for such an expansion does not and cannot support claims regarding the effectiveness of homeschooling as a treatment. In fact, even some of the correlative research produced by homeschooling proponents suggests that it is not an act of homeschooling in and of itself, but instead being a type of family that is interested in homeschooling that is more closely associated with better outcomes. For instance, NHERI found that there was no statistically significant differences between students who spent varying years being homeschooled, nor any substantial differences in outcomes, less than 0.5% of the variance, based on the specific approaches used by homeschooling families. If there are no significant academic achievement differences between students who spend their entire life being homeschooled and one who spent less, or between homeschooled students subjected to various pedagogical approaches, it would appear that what causes high academic achievement is not homeschooling per se, but predispositions of the most homeschooling families share. Further, it is shown that what causes large disparity between the scores of homeschooled students are parental education levels, which is also true in the regular schooled population. Anyway, I'll go ahead and link you the study so you can see it for yourself. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. I've read this stuff, right? I understand how this works. And And you really got to be very, very, very cautious regarding homeschooling, because the reality is that it's likely a lot worse than what proponents say it is. Anyway, Michael says, you have principles because you're still in school? Have a contradictory opinions on what governments are allowed to do under the guise of what's good for children is not a principle. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that children should not have I'm not saying that homeschooling should never happen. I never ever said that. What I said was that there needs to be a rigorous set of standards that must be followed, right? And right now, there's plenty of states that do not have that, and that's a concern. Let me take a look here. Principle is for school. Principle is a belief. I don't know what you're talking about. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. If you want to have a conversation, we can. I don't know. What do you guys think about this homeschooling stuff? Do you think I'm wrong? I don't think I'm wrong on this. I really don't. I think that the results are highly dubious, and we need to be very concerned. Bubbleguts says, public schools do not have accountability. Teachers turn their heads all the time. No, there are accountability standards. There are federal tests and testing that is done. This is how we know that like schools are doing worse now than they have been in the past, because we do have our measure on it. We do not have, however, a measure on homeschooling. GGM says, a man who does not have kids wants to influence how other people raise their kids. That's another straw man. I never said that you shouldn't have homeschooling. I just believe there needs to be rigorous standards. I don't know why that is such a challenging opinion for you. Like it is an opinion that is so far-fetched to you that you think I want to control children. No, I want the protection of children. I want children to not get abused. And I think that parents going out of their way trying to indoctrinate their kids, or at worse, abusing their kids, should be stopped. And schools are allowed to grade themselves at lower standards. Yeah, I mean, we need to work on our schooling. Fair enough. I think it's important that we go in favor of educational standards which are that can lead to better outcomes. And that's complicated. That requires a lot of researchers and teachers to kind of come to that conclusion. But again, that's a lot better than homeschooling, in my opinion. I think I get another. What did he say? Haven't you? Return to me once you collect 700 essence. Do I not have 700 essence? Journal, map, inventory. Oh, I have 664. Huh. Mia Montri says, I may disagree with the presenter, but whether or not he has kids is irrelevant. Yeah, I completely agree with that. It is irrelevant. I'm glad you recognize that. AWOL Thought says, have an interest to reproduce is fine, but you have the means both financially and mentally to take care of a child, Bobro? What the fuck? Bubblegut says, did you ever get that jelly bean sponsor? That would be sweet. I would love to have a jelly. There's no way they're going to touch me with a 10-foot pole. I'm way too spicy. Way too spicy. There's no way. We are taking calls, by the way. 202-998-5218. Classic says, kids are more likely to be abused by their teacher than a priest, FYI. Yeah, again, there's accountability there, right? Because if a teacher is abusing their child, this is very similar to like the statistics of, say, this is very similar to the statistics of sexual assault. In Muslim countries, they say that their sexual assault is much lower than the West. And the reason why is because they don't fucking measure their sexual assault, or they will literally have certain sexual assaults and not call that a sexual assault when it is in other countries. So it's like, yeah, because the criteria is lower for a sexual assault in the United States, we have more sexual assault. But it's like, that doesn't mean that there's less sexual assault in the Middle East. This is the problem, right? There is no measurement for the homeschooling, but at least in a school, you actually have accountability standards. There is no accountability standards for children in homeschooling. That's the problem. And I think you need to acknowledge that. People need to acknowledge that. AWOL thoughts, LOL, who mentioned force? You can't even stop yourself from using weak soy boy language. Yeah, I don't even know what that is. I mean, I don't know why. I've never communicated that I wasn't a soy boy. I very much am, but that doesn't make me wrong. I'm correct on this, and I think it bothers you that I'm correct on this. But if you disagree, just give me a call. You got some evidence that I don't know? Go ahead. Throw it my way. Where do I gotta go? We're gonna take that tram. Pretty. Mia Montri says a lot of kids are successfully unschooled. Unschooled kids learn through their interests. That makes it easier to learn. I was forced through school and disinterested in learning. Oh my God. Guys. Mia, please call in. 202-998-5218. Please call in. Please. Please. I couldn't disagree. I could not disagree with you more on this. I don't think it is possible for me to disagree with you more on this. But I would love to have you call in if you're available. But unschooling is hands down one of the worst systems I have ever observed, and it is tantamount to abuse of children. I believe that. For those that are unaware, what they instead do to these poor children is not only do they not have a curriculum of what they're supposed to be learning, they just kind of leave them be to do whatever it is that they want. And if they ever want to learn, you go out of your way to teach them that thing. The problem is that they these children often end up with horrible reading comprehension and horrible mathematics comprehension. Their ability of actually like navigating the world is stunted forever because there's areas where like language, it needs to be like taught at an early age. And if it is not taught at that age, it never can be taught. Never. Right? They will forever be stunted in their cognitive ability. That is unschooling is one of the worst systems I have ever observed. I'm actually astonished that you said unschooling. But yeah, like I said, I would love it if you called in. Please call in, because holy crap, unschooling is terrible. Okay, AWOL thoughts. LMAO, trans men can have different kinds first. That's wrong. But even if that was correct, what does that have to do with you finding someone to have children unless they're... What are you talking... What? I'm assuming you're talking to Bobro. Trans men can have kids. if they don't get their ovaries and stuff removed. Yeah, and a majority of trans men don't have bottom surgery. So, yeah, Bobro is correct here. Should I go to the fungal wastes? Maybe there'll be something there. I've just been wandering around in this game. But Bobro is right. Trans people can have kids. Yes, there are trans men that indeed have a vagina. Yes. Yes, that's a thing. Believe it or not, it's a thing. Classic says, maybe if our schools weren't overrun by foreigners, they would be better off. Ooh, love the blatant racism there. That's fun. I love that. Love that. Ethnostate. My favorite. I'm going to tell you, like the ethnostate anti-foreigner nonsense. I think is a cancer on society. I think it's making society worse to have that kind of mentality and to spread that idea. I think it's terrible. It's bad. I believe that people that propose that idea are ultimately making society worse. Yep. Classic says, yes, I am racist. See? Now we know what we're talking to. Now we know. Right? I calls it like I sees it. RC Pilot says, trans men can never have a vagina. See, you're such a transphobe that you can't even understand it. Here, I'll draw it for you. I'll explain it. I'll explain it so you can figure it out. Don't worry, I got you, little baby bird. I'll feed you. I'll feed you, little baby bird. Coming right up, baby bird. Hold on. Bird. Hold on. Hold on. It's going to lag for a bit. It's going to lag for a bit. Sorry about that. Encoding overload. All right, I think. Are we back? I think we're back. Yeah, we're back. All right. I think. Are we back? All right. Here we go. Nobody has to understand any of this nonsense. It has no bearing in the real world. Is your phone set to do not disturb? No, it is not set to do not disturb. Anybody can call in. 202-998-5218. Give me a sec. I'm going to load up my chalkboard and I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right. I will feed you, baby bird. Don't you worry. All right. All right. So I'm gonna break it down. We got man, and then we got woman. Okay? All right? When they are man and they are cis, they have a penis. When they are woman, they have a vagina. They have a vagina. When someone is a trans man, okay, that is referring to a woman, right? Who actually, this is making it more confusing than it should be. Let's try it this way. If we have man, and then we got, I'm just going to quickly draw woman. All right, he's got a penis. This one's got a vagina. All right. A trans just means across from. Okay. So if somebody is a trans man, that would refer to a biological woman that is presenting as a man. So that would be trans man, okay? And if you have a man and they decide to present as a woman, that would be trans woman. Okay? So they still have, these still have penises, and this one still has vagina. All right? So when someone is saying, Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, oh, thank you for the $5 super chat. Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, my calls will not go through. Check your phone settings. Is it not going through? Should go through. It should go through. Let me, I'll put it in do not disturb and then turn it off. All right, I'm calling. Hold on. Here we go. I'm going to call. I'm calling the number. I'll call the number and confirm it. Hello, it is me, First Amender. It does work. All right, we're getting a call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Oh, finally it went through. Oh, I accidentally put a 6 instead of an 8 at the end. How you doing, my man?
You mistook the. Never mind. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I made a mistake. Okay, I made a little mistake, but yeah, enjoy the $5. Okay, buy something nice.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But anyway, bro. Yeah, forget about those racists in the chat, man. Racism is so 1960. But anyway, let me ask you something. Do you believe in the party switch?
The party switch?
Yeah. Do you think the party switched or no?
Yeah.
Really? Do you have evidence to prove that?
Yeah.
Because I have evidence on the contrary.
Yeah, this is a post-Watergate scandal.
The Watergate scandal?
Mm-hmm.
You sure the Watergate scandal caused the
It was
South
after...
to go
Yeah,
red?
the party switch happened after the Watergate scandal.
Actually, no, you're wrong. 12 years after the Civil Rights Act was passed, Jimmy Carter in 1967 won the South by a majority. And then 28 years later, Bill Clinton won Georgia, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, and West Virginia. Republicans didn't hold a majority of the southern states until 1994. That's a fact. You there?
Yeah, just give me a sec.
Okay, you're getting your stuff up. I get you. But yeah, man, I personally don't believe the party switch ever happened. I personally think it's a lie to make Republicans look bad, and I'm here to debunk it. You know. Ooh.
Yeah, give me a moment.
Okay.
In American politics, the Southern strategy was a Republican Party electoral strategy to increase political support among white voters in the South by appealing to racism against African Americans. As the civil rights movement and the dismantling of Jim Crow laws in the 1950s and 60s visibly deepened existing racial tensions in much of the southern United States, Republican politicians such as presidential candidates Richard Nixon and Barry Goldwater developed strategies that successfully contributed to the political realignment of many white conservative voters in the South who had traditionally supported the Democratic Party so consistently that voting patterns were named the Solid South. The strategy also helped pushing the Republican Party much more to the right. By winning all of the South, a presidential candidate could obtain the presidency with minimal support elsewhere. The phrase Southern strategy refers primarily to the top-down narratives of the political realignment of the South, which suggests that Republican leaders consciously appealed to many white Southerners' racial grievances to gain their support. This top-down narrative of the Southern strategy is generally believed to be the primary force that transformed Southern politics following the Civil Rights era. Scholarly consensus is that racial conservatism was critical in the post-civil rights realignment of the Republican and Democratic parties, although several aspects of these views has been debated by historians and political scientists.
Okay, fair enough. But Republicans, after the Civil War, pushed for Reconstruction policies and civil rights for black people, while the Democrats opposed all of that.
Yes, because of the Dixiecrats. But we're talking about the you asked about the party switch, and
not
the
just the Dixiecrats.
Well, I'm just saying, like, yes.
Back
Then the Democrats were the ones that were the ones that were appealing to racist narratives. But there was a party switch post the Watergate scandal, because they realized that they felt that the Republican Party was never going to be able to recover from the after the post Watergate scandal. So they came up with the Southern strategy to appeal to racist voters.
Okay, but do you think the Civil Rights Act had anything to do with the party switch?
Yes, I think.
Okay. Out of 21 Republicans that opposed the Civil Rights Act, only one switched parties, and the other 20 continued being elected as Democrats, and those seats didn't even go red until 2 decades later.
Okay.
Yeah,
it takes time for a party switch to occur.
Really, that just blew your narrative out of the water.
No, the Southern strategy is real. The party switch did happen.
No, they stayed. Why'd they stay in the party?
Huh?
They stayed, right?
No, I don't know what you're talking. Who stayed? What are you talking about?
I just said out of 21 Democrats that opposed the Civil Rights Act, there were 21 Democrats that opposed the Civil Rights Act. Okay, only one switched parties, and the other 20 continued being elected as Democrats. So why didn't the other?
Because that was prior to that was prior to the Southern strategy.
Yeah, but the Southern.
So that would follow.
The Southern strategy has been a long-going thing for a long time. And look,
are you saying that Republicans have been trying to appeal to racists for a long time?
No. I'm saying that even the liberals were doing the same thing.
No.
Well, there were no appeal to racists.
No, I clearly do not appeal to racists.
Well, yes, you do.
No.
Yes, they do. Today's modern Democrat Party does appeal to racism.
No.
Of all backgrounds. Yes.
No.
100%.
That's the Republican Party,
100%.
homie. I'm not the one sitting there screaming about not wanting immigrants in my country. Like, it's not me saying that, and that's not the Democrat Party saying that.
Sure. But the Republican Party, we're not anti-immigration. We're anti-illegal immigration. That's
You frame it in such a way where they're basically not human. Yeah, I get it.
No, they are humans.
It's racist.
The fact is,
we've also successfully legislated removing the line entirely.
Okay, sure, but if somebody from Britain came over here illegally, I'd want them deported right away. Is that racist? They're white.
Well, what's actually kind of funny about that is that the Republican Party had decided that they wanted to keep white South Africans as refugees, but anybody else that was a refugee was not allowed. So I do find it odd that that would be the case. I do believe that it's racist. I don't care what you believe. I mean, I care what the Republican Party has been pushing.
Okay. And I personally believe that the party switch didn't happen, because if it did happen, all right, then
you have to explain away the Southern strategy then, because that doesn't just go away.
The Southern strategy. Okay, look, there is no Southern strategy for the Republicans. The South just changed.
So that thing on Wikipedia, I just made that up. That was all made up.
Wikipedia is only 70% accurate. Anybody can go on Wikipedia and change it.
Go ahead, edit it.
Anyone can
change
do
it.
that.
Change it.
Anyone
show me.
Can do that.
No, show it.
Oh,
show
really?
me. Yeah, show me. Go ahead and change
Go
it.
down to the edit tool. Go down to the edit tool, and you can change it.
No, I'm asking you to change it. Change it.
Okay, I'll change it right away. I'll
Do it.
I'll do it. Okay.
Go ahead. Go to
But
the
my-
Southern Strategy section and just change it and see how fast that gets changed back.
I don't know how long
Yeah,
it will
good-
take.
good
to
fucking
change,
luck.
But we'll
Yeah.
see. Okay, but I'm just saying you're using your sources from Wikipedia, dude.
Yeah, I
Which,
mean,
which even-
there's individual sources. This is not incontroversial. This is not a controversial thought. This is the Southern Strategy definitely happened. Right, sitting there
Sure,
disparaging
actually-
Wikipedia, that the Southern Strategy definitely did happen.
No, the Republicans started getting more Southern votes in 1928 after Eisenhower supported Brown versus Board of Education, dude. Yeah, notice how Eisenhower, a Republican, who's supporting Brown versus Board of
Let's try
Education.
again.
Hold on. Let me finish. He supported Brown versus Board of Education, and he won Tennessee, Florida, and Virginia in 1952 when he first ran. But then in his second election, he won 3 more Southern states:
Yeah.
Louisiana,
Yeah,
Kentucky,
so let's
and
let's
West Virginia.
let's try it this way. Yeah, we'll try it this way. We'll grab Britannica, the Southern Strategy. Britannica is a credible source, right? It's an academic source. It is the Encyclopedia
just debunked
Britannica. So let's look here. Southern Strategy. In the political history of the United States, a campaign strategy of the Republican Party actively pursued from the 1960s that initially sought to increase and preserve support from white voters in the South by subtly endorsing racial segregation, racial discrimination, and disenfranchisement of black voters. The strategy has also involved directly promoting conservative views on immigration, taxes, social welfare programs, law enforcement, and states' rights. The Southern Strategy proved successful. By the late 1970s, the regular political leadership of most Southern states had switched from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party. So is it
here's the thing,
made up?
Yeah, it's made up. Here's the thing you don't understand,
talk, dude.
man.
Good talk.
There's something.
Good talk.
What?
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
in
well-
reality world, and you're in gotta say it's made up.
Well, you're giving false information out, so yeah.
Britannica?
Okay, but anyway,
Where's
hey,
your source?
Where's my
What do you?
source?
Yeah, what do you want? Your head? Do I just trust you? Do I just ignore all of the historians
No,
and
I just
sites and
disproved the Southern,
all this
I
information?
just disproved the Southern Strategy in 1929. That's when the South started voting Republican.
Did you not hear what I just said? Did you not hear what I
heard
said?
what you-
What caused them to
Yeah.
switch to Republican? It was the Southern Strategy.
No, it wasn't. It's because
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't. It was
I
way before
literally
that.
explained that to you from Britannica. So you say no, la la la, I can't hear you, and well, I
No,
hope
that's
other
not
people
what
will
I'm
be
saying.
able to look
I'm
at that
saying
and
it
be like,
happened
oh, okay,
before.
that makes sense.
I'm saying it happened before, man. That's it. It didn't happen.
What happened
It
before?
didn't happen in the 60s. 1929. Like
What
I
happened
said,
before?
1929. That's when the South started winning. That's when Republicans started winning more votes. And during that
No,
time,
that wasn't
we-
1929. That they had maintained. Nope, that's wrong. That's just wrong.
28, I'm sorry. 28.
That's
I'm
also-
sorry.
that's
Calvin
also wrong.
Coolidge, Calvin Coolidge, a pro-civil rights activist and president, won a bunch of southern states during that time.
Okay, that just means that the
Sorry.
population of racists was less. I don't know what your point is.
No, during 1929, are you kidding me? When the Ku Klux
Then
Klan
yeah,
was
sure,
big? Are
that
you
can
kidding
happen.
me?
Sure, why not?
Okay, well, I'm just saying, all this racism, all this segregation, all the racial problems we have today, it wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for the radical left and their segregation
Yeah, again,
policies.
it's not me that's arguing for keeping immigrants illegal, right? It's not me
No, it is,
saying
but
that.
you guys are the
No,
ones
it's
that
not. I'm
created
saying,
Jim
hey, let's have
Crow.
a simple pathway to citizenship, and then you're the one saying, well, I want to get rid of illegals.
Okay, yes or no? Did the Democrats create Jim Crow?
Yes.
Yes, exactly. So it
Yeah, and then a
conservative
party switch
fault.
happened. I
No, a
empirically
party
showed
switch
that
did
to be the
not
case.
happen.
Yes, it did.
No, I just
You're
going to
tell me that
yeah.
who is more likely to support Jim Crow in today's atmosphere? Democrats or Republicans? Be honest.
Democrats.
You're a
'cause
fucking
you guys-
you're
you
a
guys
joke.
elect-
You're in
you
La
guys
La
elected
Land.
Joe
La La
Biden.
Land, bro. You're in La La Land.
Because you guys elected
I don't know
Joe
what to tell you,
Biden,
dude.
a former segregationist.
Yeah.
You know Biden was a former segregationist.
Yeah, I mean, he's really freaking old.
Yeah, he supported.
But I'm sure you can
schools.
grow and change your mind.
Yeah.
Right? Just like how it's possible you could grow and change your mind.
Okay, but we're the bad guys. But when Joe Biden says that he doesn't want his kids going to a racial jungle, you vote for him?
Why don't you? Yeah, I mean, we're just gonna fundamentally disagree here. I don't know what else to tell you.
I understand. Okay, man. But anyway, man, you have a good rest of your day. This is actually a pretty good discussion.
I guess so.
But hey, you take care, brother.
If you say so. Oh, wild. They're giving us so much money. Yay, money. Ooh, I wonder if that one banker person is still there. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. So, I don't know. You disagree? You think that the Democrats are still racist? I don't think so. I think that's exclusively the Republicans. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, Amender, it's Flashy.
What's up, Flashy?
Yo, dude, I swear that last caller just is that was so frustrating to listen to.
Why?
Dude, the whole party switch thing is like the most annoying thing that Republicans ever bring up. Like, I can't stand it. Because, like, first of all, like they always think it's a dunk to like say, oh, but see, none of the politicians switch sides, or like most of the politicians that switch sides. Yeah, there are some examples of it. But like, no one's even talking about the politicians. Like when we're talking about that, like we're talking about the voters, and it's not like people switching from Republican for Democrat. It like that they switch the parties literally. Like what we're talking about is the voters, like which party was supporting conservative values versus liberal values, right?
Yeah.
Like it's so foolish because like they always want to talk about like how stuff that the old Democratic Party used to support, but they never want to talk about the stuff that Republicans used to support.
Yeah,
like
no, for sure.
Like the Brown v. Board thing, but that was a liberal thing, not a conservative thing.
Yeah.
Like if you look at the modern day, like you tried to like force him to talk about, look at who supported the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. It wasn't Republicans.
No, I agree.
Old school Republican Party. The old school Republican Party absolutely would have supported something like.
Well, I mean,
he had
to go to the point where he said that the Southern strategy never happened. He said that never happened.
Yeah,
and I'm like, bro, that's on Britannica. I don't know what you want. What would be a good proof, right? You asked for the information. I have it. You know, I can lead a horse to water. I can't make it drink.
Yeah, and then you look at like, after the Southern strategy happened, you look at Reagan, and he talked about the welfare queens and all that shit, right? And he was using that as like coded language for black people.
Yeah.
But then if you go back to like Teddy Roosevelt and the Square Deal, because before the New Deal there was the Square Deal with Teddy Roosevelt, and he supported all kinds of progressive legislation that was anti-corporate and everything. And then Teddy Roosevelt ended up eventually leaving the Republican Party and starting the Progressive Party. So like he was absolutely undeniably a progressive.
Yeah.
And there was a progressive wing in the Republican Party.
Yeah.
Like the Republican Party had, because this is the thing, like both parties had liberal and conservative wings, and it was just that one wing was more dominant at a certain time, right? Like, tell me how conservative it is that Abraham Lincoln had land grant colleges. Like he was giving like low tuition or free tuition college. Like that was he supported like the Homestead Act, which is giving like free public land to people who are willing to farm it. There was the Morrill Land Grant Colleges, the National Banking Act. Like these are all progressive legislation. They're not conservative at all. And then, the Dixiecrats, like he wants to act like the Democratic Party was a united whole, with including the Dixiecrats. The Dixiecrats literally ran candidates against the Democratic Party in general election. Like in the 1948 election, if you look up the results of the 1948 election, Strom Thurmond ran as the states' rights Democratic Party.
Okay.
In the 1948 election against
states' rights.
Fucking.
Somebody had brought up pit bulls, and I said how that was a racist dog whistle. You know, and he got mad at that because he was like, I was just talking about pit bulls, and I was like, all right, but that's a little weird. But what you're just saying, like the states, when people say states' rights, that's not even a dog whistle. That's just a whistle.
Yeah. Yeah, they're running as like the states' rights Democratic Party. It's like
Emperor Fat Ass Dogs just donated another $5. Thank you very much, Emperor Fat Ass Dogs, $4.99 through the super chat, saying fact check: Teddy Roosevelt did not start the Progressive Party as he started the Bull Moose Party. I'm not sure if that's true. It might be true.
Well, that was the name of it, but they eventually changed their name to like the Progressive Party. That's what became the
sick
party.
Based and progressive
he was 100% a progressive.
Nice.
I don't know why that dude kept bringing up like 1928 or 29 or whatever. Like that is not when the South started voting Republican. In fact, if you look at the 1928 election with Herbert Hoover, I don't know why he said Calvin Coolidge, but it was Herbert Hoover versus Al Smith, who's the Democrat. You would see that Al Smith won the Solid South. I think you mentioned the Solid South.
I'll give something to Emperor Fat Ass Dogs, is that at least he's interesting to talk to. So I'll give him that.
Yeah, sure. I just hate the propaganda bullshit narrative about like denying.
Hey, that's why we have this show. I'm here trying to dispel like a lot of propaganda. Like someone just said in chat, saying like trans men can't have babies. They'll never be able to have babies. I'm like, you're so transphobic. You don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah. Oh, I want you to see something as well. It's an interesting thing. Pull up the Civil Rights Act of 1964 on Wikipedia, and then go to legislative history.
All right, hold on. Go to legislative history?
Yeah, and then under the subtitle by party and region, I want you to look at the percentages in by party and region.
By party. Oh, okay, here we go. So by party and region. All right, so let's see. Original House version. Democratic Party voted 152 to 96, 61 to 39%, and Republican Party 80 to 20%. The Senate was 44 to 23, so 66 to 34%. The Republican Party was 27 to 6, so that was 82 and 18%. And then the Senate version, okay, so and then by region, what did you? Oh my goodness. Yeah, definitely among the North and the South. Exclusively the South is saying nay.
Yeah, I don't know why it looks like the thing that I'm looking at is a little bit different. 280. And maybe you're just looking at by region. Because I'm looking at by party and region.
This is region.
And
let me see.
Yeah, go down to by party and region.
I'm looking for that picture. What is the picture that you want me to pull up?
Oh, it's not a picture. I wanted you to look at the voting totals for by party and region.
Okay, so House of Representatives, Southern Democrats, 8 to 83, 9 to 91. 4 representatives of Texas, 2 from Tennessee, Claude Pepper of Florida, and Charles L. Weltner of Georgia voted in favor. The Southern Republicans, 0 to 11, 100% said nay on it. And then on Northern Democrats, 95% said yay. And then the Northern Republicans, 85% said yay. Note that 4 representatives voted president while 13 did not vote.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny because another one of the lies that the anti-party switch Republican talking point is that it was actually the Republicans that passed the Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Uh-huh.
And the reason they say that is they point to the Dixiecrats. Because the Dixiecrats obviously dominated the South.
Yeah.
So they point to those 83 nays. But the funny thing is, if you look at by party and region here, like we just read, if you look at the percentages,
it's clear it's dictated by North and South lines. Doesn't matter, Democrat or Republican.
Right.
Yeah.
It's clearly North and South lines. The conservatives were in the South. Like, that's just clear. And that's not even just a Democrat thing. We just read the Southern Republicans also. In fact, no Southern Republicans voted for it in the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
So, and in fact, more Dixiecrats ended up voting for it than Southern Republicans. So in every single region, if it's Southern Democrats, Northern Democrats, the Democrats voted for it at a higher percentage rate than Republicans, the Civil Rights Act.
Michael says, according to the stats, the party switch was real, so it is a gotcha. Yeah, the party switch is real. I mean, I brought up the Southern strategy as a primary example of the party switch. I think it's a good example. I really do. I mean, what else is that? You know, the time is correct.
Yeah, it is a good example. Also, in 1968, the general election for the president, if you look up the results for that election, you would see as well that the Dixiecrats ran a candidate against the Democratic Party again in 1968.
Yeah.
So there was very clearly a switch. There was very clearly a splitting between the conservative Southern Dixiecrats and the mainline, increasingly progressive Northern Democrats.
Yeah.
There's very clearly a line being drawn there. Like, I just don't understand, like, the defense of any of the anti-party switch myth shit, because
Daniel said, why was my comment not on the YouTube show? Damn. Wait, it wasn't? Did something happen? Daniel, you can tell me about it.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to key you in on some of those things that you might not knew, because, like, that's one of, like, the most annoying things that Republicans say that piss me off.
Yeah. Well, it certainly is interesting. Thank you for the call. I did not know this information.
Yep, all good.
I will add it to my lexicon on shitting on Republicards.
Good. All right, catch you later.
All right, see ya. All right, this libtard wants to hear your arguments. I do. Give me your arguments. Show me what you got. Daniel Hume says, you can look at the site 270towin.com for every southern state and how they voted to 1824 till today in order to disprove that anyone says the southern strategy did not happen. Yes, we can, let's pull it up. I'm very familiar with this site, 270 to win. Very good site for determining, who might win the presidency, but with that being said, it was not successful in determining the cause. Anyway, so let me take a look here. So, map library. Let me see here. So, older results. Sorry, just give me a sec. Republican. Yeah, so yes. So you could take a look here, like Democrat for pretty much forever. And then 1968, and then boom, party switch. Republican from then on. So you could see obviously Alabama had run effectively as a conservative pretty much throughout. But Southern Democrats were always more conservative than the increasingly liberal Northern brethren, which led to a period during which they put the state's unpledged electors on the ballot. But yes, anyway, okay. It's there. The Southern strategy did happen. It is there. Michael says, why is it primarily Democratic-ran school districts that consistently fail their students despite being the richest school districts in the nation? That's incorrect. That is definitely incorrect. Though I have seen an infamous list that puts Florida at number 1. I got news for you. Florida's not number 1. It's not. And if you think Florida is number 1, do I got some beachfront property to sell you? Let me see. So, I remember this being touted around. And you'll find it at U.S. News World Report. They put Florida at number 2. This is bullshit. And I'll tell you why. Because the actual aggregated data to get that number is very, very dubious. Actual educational attainment and results is radically different from what actually happens in Florida, which would coincide with why are so many people in Florida so stupid. Let me see if I can find more arguably what would be a better determinant. And you can determine that, again, simply by the way that people talk, the way that they appear to address people. Massachusetts is number 1. New York, New Jersey, Washington, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Minnesota, Connecticut, Virginia. These are some of the top schooling available. And the lowest, we could take a look. Arizona, Alabama, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Idaho, West Virginia, Arkansas, Nevada, Indiana, Louisiana, Florida, Texas. These are all this way because of the lack of funding. Not the other way around. But there has been some statistical games that were made in order to make it seem like Florida's number 1. But listen to a Floridian talk. Do you think, grab an aggregate of Floridians and have them talk. Have them talk next to a gaggle of New Yorkers. Giant difference in terms of educational attainment. Okay? That number 1, when I saw Florida was number 1, I was like, there's no freaking way we're the smart, we have the best schooling in the United States. There should be giant alarm bells going off in your head going, how? How is that possible? There's no fucking way. Let me see if I can pull this up. Higher Education Quality 2024. Hold on. Let me take a look here. Hold on. Okay, so I'm going to provide this. So you have to ask yourself, what does number 1 in higher education actually mean? Okay. The first thing to point out is states like Massachusetts and Connecticut, they typically dominate your pre-K through 12. Florida ranks a lot lower. Higher education, However, in college and university, Florida scored number 1 nationwide. So an overall education ranking is a combination of both, as Florida ranks number 1 in higher ed, but falls in pre-K through 12, making its overall ranking in education less dominant. I would be fair to say that in-state tuition fees are lower than that of other, and so that would be one thing that boosts its ranking. And there are very good graduation rates for both 2 and 4 year institutions. There's low student debt at graduation, and there's high social mobility, meaning that the degrees are helping students move up economically. I'm actually one of those stats right there. I'm doing all right myself. I can buy jelly beans. Please sponsor me, Jelly Belly. I want your jelly beans. 202-998-5218. Am I wrong? Do you think I'm crazy here? Like, you're going to tell me Florida's number 1. Have you stepped outside in Florida? These people are dumb as fuck, dude. It ain't good. And I could say that because I'm in Florida. It's insane. Michael says, so Republican efforts are better for students? No, I literally proved that empirically false. I just proved that false. The overall public school rank of 2024 leaves Florida at number 41. They're doing awful. Awful. Very bad. Their K through 12 is at 37. Awful. Really, really bad. Arizona is the worst one. You could see 51. That's the worst possible. Arizona. And you could take a look at them, right? Some of the worst ones, they're all Republican-led. All these are Republican-led. What happened? What happened? Meanwhile, the ones that are at the top, they're all Democrats. All Democrats. So what the heck? Michael says, you just said Florida has better higher education and helps with social mobility. That I agree with. But that's not the overall public school ranking. If people don't actually get into college because their public schooling was so garbage, then it doesn't do you a lot of good, does it? So there's going to be a lot less people going to college and graduating in Florida. And it does show. People aren't smart around here. They're not. Very, very simplistic. Very like one-track mind. I'm serious. Like there's just a lot of really dumb people in Florida. And you're going to tell me that if I picked a random bunch of people from Massachusetts and compare them to people in Florida, you're going to tell me that the Floridian's going to run circles around the random person in Massachusetts? I venture to say no. Not at all. I don't think I'm wrong in this. But go ahead, call me. Call the number 202-998-5218. I'm taking calls. I'm not running anywhere. You could sit there all day long and then tell me that, oh man, educational attainment is so good in Florida. And then keep lying to yourself. Keep saying, yeah, it's fine. We don't have a problem in Florida. No, you do have a problem in Florida. Most people don't even like to acknowledge it. They just shut the. It's literally like an ostrich that has its head in the sand. There's no lion. Like, bro, you're an idiot. You're just measuring the wrong thing. I need a map. Ow. Where do I go in this? Is there anywhere to go here? Okay. No, K through 12 is not federal curriculum. Yes, that's correct. K through 12. Well, there is like federalized standards. There's standardized testing. And then there's also the state education, which is stated by the board. Michael says, is the state going to say no to essentially free money from the feds arguing Vikings were actually Muslims? What is happening? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I need a map for this place. I need a map. Where the map at? Ow. Shoot, I thought that was a platform. Damn it. We are taking phone calls, 202-998-5218. If you want to have a debate, I'm right here. Let's have the discussion. I need to know where to go, man. I don't know where to go, bro. I don't know where to go. I just died. Bobro says, yes, and the standardized testing is federal, so we're the idea of 504 stuff, but the curriculums themselves are made by the states. That's correct. Michael says, in the UK, they are teaching that Vikings were Muslims based on the piece of treasure that they found in a world-famous looters and pillagers. I know you can't post links on YouTube, but if you send it to my Discord, which is First Amender, 1STM Ender, just getting messages about something unrelated. Let me see here. If you are male sleeping with another male, that makes it gay. Doesn't matter if one male identifies as so. Okay. What does it matter if something's gay or not? Who cares? Why not just leave them alone? Leave people alone. Hot take. Just leave people alone. Just let them live their life. Let's see here. GJM says, at Bubblegut, suppose one male says that they're a woman, though. I mean, it's I would say it's gay to be with a trans woman. Most likely because they probably still have their bottom parts. So I would probably say that it's gay under that basis. But again, I mean, I don't see the point in pointing that out, I guess. Star Warrior 008. Is it gay to suck feminine penis? Yes. Yeah. I would say so. There's probably a level. There's a level there for sure. Yeah. I don't think that should be a hot take. That shouldn't be a hot take. That should be pretty basic. I feel like if you think about it for a second, you're like, all right, yeah, it's gay. Bubblegut says too touchy to debate. LOL. No, I'm in agreement with you. I think that it's probably gay. Yeah. But again, I don't see anything wrong with being gay. I guess that's probably where the fundamental disagreement is it bad? And I say no. Makes sleeping males is gay, full stop. Yes, biologically, they are a male, and so it would be gay by that metric. All right, cool. We did it. We did it, everybody. Hang on. Did First Amender say that it is gay to have sex with a woman? A trans woman? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's not a hot take. Right? Like, because biologically they're a man, but by gender they're a woman. So they would be gay. Is it really that hard? Though, to be fair, just so you're aware, most gay people are not attracted to trans women. Mostly because, well, they're presenting as the opposite thing that they're attracted to. I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know, if you saw an attractive trans woman and you're attracted to them, does that make you gay? I would say no. I would say no to that. Hold on. That's a trans woman? That's amazing. So, hold on a sec. All right. Let me ask you this. I'm going to try to break it down. So, is it gay to be attracted to this? I would say no. But let's say that you are approaching this woman with the knowledge that you know they have a penis. And so they're letting you know pre-date, hey, FYI, I have a penis. So if you ever plan on doing anything, just know I have a penis. And you're like, great, I'm into that. It's a little gay. It's gay. It's gay. But I don't think just looking at a trans woman and being attracted to the trans woman here makes you gay. You're just attracted to women because they're presenting as a woman. Okay? Does that make sense? Please, call. Can someone call? Do you disagree? 202-998-5218. I want to hear out your arguments. I do. I don't think I'm wrong here. I don't. I really don't. Weekend Keegan says, I love that chest. So I'm saying, man, she's attractive. Look at her. She's attractive. Base Gal Flashy says, LMAO, based opinion. I'm sure the trans activists would reject you, though. That is so sad. You know what's wild is that I will have some people who are trans vehemently hate me because I go too far in the transness, like wanting like trans women in sports and stuff. And then here I am getting hate saying that there would be trans activists that reject me because I'm not going extreme enough. If I'm right in the middle, I feel like that's an indicator that I'm doing just fine. Bubblegut says, Amender is right wing now. What? Why? GGM says, if a man wears a gorilla suit and fools people, does he become a gorilla? No. A gorilla is a taxonomic classification. They don't have the skeleton. They don't have the... They're just not a gorilla. They're a man in a gorilla suit. But it's not the outfit that you wear that is your gender. It is your internal sense of your sex is your gender. The internal sense of your sex is based off of a series of hormones. Okay? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. There's hormones that cause you to feel a certain way. And if you're born that way, sometimes the gender doesn't match the sex. Because there's a crap ton of weird, not just intersex conditions, but non-intersex conditions which cause differences endocrinologically. And being aware that the internal sense of your sex can get messed with, that is what that is. Mama Montry says, I'm pre-op trans. I once got with a guy who identified as straight, but we agreed not to go all the way until after my op. He said he would not date a man, but he saw me as a woman. Very good. Very good. Wiegand Keegan says, I'm a simple dum-dum. If it's gold-plated and blue, I like. Bubblegut says, I don't think you are as woke as you claim to be. I'm woke as shit. Bro, don't make me change my background. Oh, I have the woke background. Where's my woke background? I need my woke background. Let me see. Where is it? Where is my... Okay, there's the waterfall background. I almost don't want to mess with the waterfall background. We're gonna do another image. And we're going to call it the gay background. All right, hold on. Coming right up. I got you. I got you. Hold on. Where is it? Is it in videos? Where's the videos? Oh, dude. Now we're cooking with gas. Now we're cooking with the gas. Oh, it's coming. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, now we're cooking with the gas. Do you like my gay background? It's very gay. I have evolved. I am now a woke mender. We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. I hope you like the show. I do. I hope you do. I hope you like it. Bobro says, so gay now. True. True. Let me see. Where? I still don't have a map for this area. Where am I going? Ow! I don't like those. I'm just going to leave them alone. They don't help. Bubbleguts says, Michael, these folks don't believe you to have to be female to be a woman. They believe if you present and engage in womanhood, that makes you one. I'm referring to their gender when I say that. So just so you're aware, I'm aware that they do not change their sex. The sex stays the same, no matter what. The gender, however, that can change. And that's what I'm referring to when I refer to a trans woman. So does woke just equal gay? It's part of it. But no, I think what woke is you are aware of the people being stratified in society, and you seek to correct that. And so that includes gay people, that includes minorities. You're woke. You're awake to the conditions of society. Rain says, when did you wake up? Like 6:30, I think. I woke up with a headache because I drank too much last night. Bubblegut says, that is where people disagree. You really shouldn't. You shouldn't. And I'll detail it, okay? I'll help you out. We'll do another drawing. I hope you guys like the drawings. While we're at it, why don't we play some music? Hold on. Let me see if I can. This might be loud. Yeah, this might be loud. Oh, it's not loud. That's not what I want. We're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, First Amender. How are you today?
Hello. What's up?
Good. I had two quick questions for you. The first one, I was listening to the debate earlier, and when you were talking about homeschooling, you said that you didn't trust most surveys based on positive aspects of homeschooling because they were influenced by religious groups.
Yes.
Did I get that right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So my counter to you would be that a lot of times when you speak about trans issues, you drop a ton of data on people, correct?
Yep.
All right. Why do you feel like none of that data is also skewed by who's doing that testing or pulling in that information?
Because it's coming from authoritative bodies, not influenced by a religious organization.
All right, so there's no authoritarian bodies that are doing these same things about homeschooling?
That's correct.
They've never done any surveys about it?
That's correct.
Well, okay, I'll concede that then. That seems kind of wild.
It is wild. Well, it's because a lot of in order to get actual randomized trials, it basically requires a scientist to go into houses that, in general, people don't want them to go into. Right?
Okay.
Or to report information that they may not be willing to give. That's why it's effectively impossible. That's why there are no studies outside of people who voluntarily provide their information.
Okay, I would concede that point. So it still doesn't kind of answer my question as far as, do you feel that the studies on trans issues can also be shaded a certain way because of people's biases, even if it's governmental?
Well, the problem is that there's just a mountain of evidence that goes against it. We're aware that there are hormones that can influence a person, how they feel internally. There is a known internal sense of male or female, which can change your behavior. There are male typical behaviors and there are female typical behaviors.
Okay, I can see that point, but again, that doesn't prove that there aren't people who are biased socially who influence the test, right?
Fair enough. That's why I argue for WPATH standards, which ensures that they have proper psychological evaluation to ensure that, if they do need any drugs for their gender affirming care, that they actually go through the clinical procedures to do so.
All right. Cool beans. Can I go on to my second question?
Sure.
On another live you were debating a young man about abortion.
Yes.
And his stance against abortion was that he felt like it was irresponsible.
Okay.
For having multiple abortions. And your rebuttal to him was that you said that it felt like he was trying to gain retribution on women by making them have children.
Yeah. Well, they're using
All
a
right.
child as a means of punishment.
They're using the child as a means of punishment.
Yes.
Okay. So
And I
my
think
counterpoint
that's
to that would
morally
be, what do
abhorrent.
you can morally what?
Abhorrent. It's a terrible moral placement, because I think that a child isn't a punishment. A child is people, not a punishment.
Okay. How does that equate to the male who, let's say that someone has a one-night stand and they don't want to have anything to do with the child? If they are put on child support, isn't that retribution also?
No,
Or is that
it is a
responsibility?
fiduciary responsibility on behalf of the care of the child. It's not
So-
intended as a retributive act. It is done in order to ensure that the child gets the care that they need. Because again, the child does have autonomy once it's born.
Okay. I'm glad that you add that caveat about it being born, because again, it seems weird when you care about children once they arrive on the planet, but you don't care when they're in the womb.
I just think that the mother should be the one that decides whether or not that they undergo an abortive procedure or not.
Fair enough. Would you think that the man who's put on child support would see that as a punishment or as retribution himself?
I suppose so, but I do not believe that it is retribution. I believe that it is for the well-being of the child, and that's how the legal system actually frames it. It's not intended to punish the father. It's intended to ensure that the child lives the best life possible, because children are really, really important to the success of a nation.
Well, if children are really, really important to the success of a nation, do you think that them being, I don't want to use, I was going to say murdered, but I'm not even going to shade it like that. But with the amount of abortions going on, don't you think that's detrimental to the nation?
No. In fact, having an abortion when you are not financially capable or you're not capable of being responsible of a child is a much better outcome than having the child. But again, that's
And
a
so I
case-by-case
guess
basis. But that's
sorry, go ahead.
pro-choice. No, I paused it. I'm not going to blame you.
Oh, okay.
Over talking.
Well, just so you know that we're on the same page as far as, I do have problems with abortion, but I do think that people should have the choice. My personal issue would be that I think that abortion is now being used more like birth control than as a last resort.
Well,
Like when people get,
you can be safe to know that typically speaking, people are not using it as birth control.
I disagree. Are you getting that from data?
Yes.
Please elaborate.
Sure. Hold on. I keep dying of this stupid fucking monster in this game. Hold on. Give me a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my thing? Really? That's the link? Okay, fine. Hold on.
While you're looking that
This
up,
is
I
from
would like to say that
the Guttmacher
found
Institute,
it?
Reasons Why U.S. Women Have Abortions, Quantitative and Qualitative Perspectives. The reasons most frequently cited that having a child would interfere with a woman's...
wait. I'm sorry. Wait. I have to stop you for a moment. Is that a government agency?
I mean, we can look up who is Guttmacher. Let me pull that up.
Because remember earlier we talked about the fact that we're just going to basically trust the governments instead of private.
The Guttmacher Institute is a research policy NGO that aims to improve sexual health and expand reproductive rights worldwide. The organization was started in 1968 as a part of Planned Parenthood, and it has become independent from Planned Parenthood in 2007. It functions as both research and educational organization. It operates mainly in the United States and is also in developing countries.
Okay, so
Anyway.
we can both agree that this isn't government sponsored, so it might be biased, correct?
Sure. So the reason
Go
most
ahead.
frequently cited for having a child would interfere with a woman's education, work, or ability to care for dependents. That was 74%. That she could not afford a baby now, 73%. And that she did not want a single mother or wanted to have relationship problems, 48%. Nearly 4 in 10 women said that they had completed their childbearing. Almost 1/3 were not ready to have a child. Fewer than 1% said their parents' or partner's desire for them to have an abortion was the most important reason. Younger women often reported that they were unprepared for the transition to motherhood, while older women regularly cited their responsibility to dependents.
All right. So the stats you just read, how many times does that apply? And I'm saying as far as like, let's say that I'm not
Does what apply?
financially ready for a child. Well, getting an abortion. Like, I'm not financially ready for a child, so I've gotten 3 abortions. At some point, doesn't it come to a point where the person has to actually have some kind of responsibility as an adult?
Yeah.
So what do you think that limit should be? The reason why I ask this question, the problem with a lot of data is that it doesn't coincide with what we see in our regular everyday lives in the real world. Like, I personally know women who've had multiple abortions, and it's not a matter of finances. It's a matter of just lack of responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure those people exist, but majority of women aren't doing that. An
Okay,
abortive
but that's not your
procedure is extremely invasive. Something like simple birth control and pills does the job. They don't actually need to. They don't need to have the nasty abortive procedure. You know, most women
yes,
go out
they
of their
do.
way to just avoid the pregnancy altogether.
Not too long ago, it went viral that there was 2 stars. One of them was a singer. I don't know what her name is, but she was bragging about the fact that she had had 7 abortions.
Yeah,
To me, that seems excessive.
that is excessive.
Okay, at least we both agree on that one. But back
I mean,
to
I
the
would just be like,
retribution thing.
I would just say, like, get your tubes tied. Like, what are you doing?
Well, I would say that, or against.
It's going to
not
be way
having
less
sex,
work for
like
you. I
one or the
promise you.
other.
Like, just get your tubes tied. Like, if
Yeah,
you don't
I
want a
would agree
kid,
with
just
that.
get your tubes tied. But I mean, no, the problem is that I
why
just
do you-
believe that a woman should be able to have a way to have control as to whether or not that they want to have a child. I really do. I believe that. I think that pregnancy is a life-altering procedure or thing that
believe
happens to your body. It is extremely stressful. It is very hard on the body. It destroys multiple parts of the body, and they never return back. It permanently scars the body. And I just think that a mother should have a choice if they want to undergo that.
I do. I agree they have that choice, but wouldn't you also agree that with all the symptoms that you just named off, it would seem that like you would be a lot more cautious and be more responsible? And I'm not saying everybody who gets pregnant is
Well,
irresponsible.
most are
There's no
responsible.
way you can deny.
Most are.
I'm sorry. Did you really say most?
Yeah.
Sir, how many abortions
Most.
are going on in the United States right now?
Millions.
And you say that many people are responsible.
Now, how much sex is going on?
Millions of people are responsible.
Yeah, and how much sex is going on in the United States?
Well, again, then that
A lot
proves the
more,
point that
right?
they're not being responsible.
Well, no, it is
It proves the point
responsible.
that they're-
Getting an abortion is responsibility. You are saying, hey,
No,
I am
no,
not
no,
ready
that's-
to have a child.
I'm sorry.
And you decide to not have that child.
No, you're avoiding the main step, which is having sex when you're unprepared to have a child, which leads to the abortion.
You realize you
saying
can
is that
have
these
sex without
people-
having a child, right? It's reasonable to assume that you can have sex and not
Well,
have a child.
Yeah, no
Like we're
shit,
not
but
in like
I'm sorry.
in 1720 where we have leather condoms, right? We have like ways to just have
Okay,
sex
but
for
wait,
pleasure.
You're supporting my point, though. Like, if
Am I?
yes, you are.
Okay.
There's always the possibility of pregnancy when you have sex. So
Yeah,
again,
there is, sure.
It's a part of
but
responsibility.
it is
Let me
reasonable.
finish my point. There's a part of responsibility knowing what the actions you take are going to do to you down the road. So you can't say that millions of people are having abortions and they're all responsible people at the same time. Like, accidents happen, but at the same token, if you know that this is a possibility, maybe it's not time for you to have sex. Why is that hard to
Because it's reasonable to
understand?
assume that you can have sex and not have a baby?
It's reasonable to assume you can drive down the street and not have an accident.
Yeah.
But it does happen. So you have
Sure.
to drive safely. It's the same thing. You have
Yeah.
to make certain choices.
Yeah. You practice safe sex when not everybody does, and that's okay. Right?
It
We just
is.
have
That's
preventative measures to prevent bad things from occurring.
I'm not arguing that it's not okay to have sex or it's not okay to have safe sex. I'm arguing about the fact that once you get to the point where you're going to where you get pregnant, your options change because you made a choice there. And again, this is me not saying that abortion is wrong, but what I'm saying is that if millions of people are doing it, somewhere there's something fundamentally wrong with people where they're not thinking of the long-term goals, not goals, the long-term effects of what they're doing right then.
Having sex, it is reasonable to assume you will not have a baby.
Well, if it was reasonable to assume that, why are there so many abortions?
Because there's a lot of people. There's
I mean, if
300
all these
million
people are
people on
doing it-
Earth, and there's a lot of. I'm sorry, in the
We're not
United
talking about
States.
Earth. We're
Sorry,
talking
the
about-
United
yeah.
States. There's 300 million people in the United States, and we be banging.
That's wonderful. Nobody's saying that.
We're banging
No
a
one's
lot.
saying that we're not having sex. It's like you're missing my point completely. My point is that everybody having sex, unless, like, for some reason they're uneducated on every aspect of sexual, what happens. They don't know anything about the birds and the bees. But everyone who's laying down and having sex knows there's a possibility of getting pregnant, which, again, reinforces the fact that there are millions of people who are being irresponsible. How can you disagree with that?
Well, what if the condom breaks?
Okay, that person was responsible.
Yeah.
They were.
They don't
they
want
were,
a
they were
baby,
being
so then they get
responsible.
an abortion.
But again, I didn't say that safe sex was bad. What I said was that there's always a possibility. It doesn't matter how small that possibility is. There's always the possibility. So your responsibilities change when you make certain choices. Do you think that accountability is retribution?
Sometimes.
Okay, fair enough. From my own point of view, I feel like every life that is extinguished this way, when you're talking about bettering the human race or bettering the United States, anyone who is taken away because of abortion will never have the chance to change our country or the world.
Yeah.
Every time someone
There's
does
instances
that,
where people just really just need to get an abortion. Like, I don't think a 15-year-old should be having kids. For example.
Well, we've already agreed on,
or
underage
like
and
a person who's like crack
obvious.
addicted, they probably shouldn't be having kids.
Oh, well, you know what? That person who's crack addicted, again, is someone who's irresponsible, right?
It doesn't matter. They shouldn't be having a child.
If that person, well, it's like you argue the counterpoint of the actual.
Well, they're gonna
point.
hurt. They're
I'm
gonna
not
hurt
talking-
people, bro. Like
course
bringing
they
a
should
child
have-
into life,
that's
into
obvious.
being, right, is
That's
like
obvious.
without the necessary resources to take care of the child is a horrendous irresponsibility. And I would hate to like bestow that upon someone's life that they then have to live that entire life of just like suffering. Like, I would rather people do it when they're ready. Right? If they're ready,
Okay,
then
yeah.
go do it. But if you're not ready, don't do it.
All right. So you're arguing against a point that I'm not making. I don't want bad parents to have children. Okay. And if someone is, let's say, abusive, I don't think that person should go and have children. Or a crackhead. Or an alcoholic
Yeah, go
who's
get an
like
abortion.
really off the wagon. Oh, Jesus Christ. My point is, all these people are irresponsible, right?
Huh?
Wouldn't you count them amongst the millions that you're numbering, that they are amongst the irresponsible people?
Repeat that. What?
The people who we're talking about right now, the crackheads, the alcoholics, the abusers,
Yeah.
would you say that most of those people would fall under the category of irresponsible?
Yes.
Okay. And my initial point was that there's a lot of irresponsible people having abortions because they're not making the right choices. And you're disputing that.
Why? I think people come to a rational decision that they're not ready to have a child and they don't have the child, which is a
I'm saying they
smart
don't come to a
decision.
rational decision. Yes, for some people it's a smart decision. But
You
the
know, like if
point
you're
is
15,
that
like no, go to college, and then now that
already
you've
agreed on that.
graduated,
Already agreed on that.
you know,
You're arguing a point I didn't even push against. We already said the underage thing doesn't matter. I'm
why are you
just
getting
talking about
upset?
responsibility.
I'm just bringing up my thoughts.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just think that like if a girl is 15 years old and they're going through high school, and they made a mistake at one party because they're not a rational adult, I would say, get an abortion so that way you can continue going to school and then you can go to college and become successful. And then when you're successful, go have a baby.
All right. I 100% agree with you on that. But if we take that scenario a little bit further down the road, if that same woman, once she becomes a woman, has 2 more abortions, at what point would you say, ma'am, you might need to change your decision-making process?
In my opinion, I don't look at it that way.
Sure.
I look at it as they're getting the care that they need. I think it's just necessary health care and they can get it. They should be able to get it.
Okay, but all right.
Whether or not that they like screw, like it's kind of like I don't know, like if there's like a fat person, like I'm going to give them the care that they need. And like, I mean, I guess the healthcare provider could say, hey, don't do this so much. But that's about it.
Okay, well then that's actually the same question I'm asking you. At one point in your personal view, do you say maybe you should stop having abortions and just change some of your behaviors?
Well, number one, that's a very personal question to ask. Like for example, I couldn't even imagine just how horrendous it would be if they're like 15 years old, they're showing up and then they're getting shamed by their doctor when they don't even realize that they've been raped by their uncle or something.
Okay, there you go. You're all off topic, and we already went past the 15-year-old. In this scenario, this woman is grown and has had 2 more abortions. We're not talking about her being abused as a child, right? So we're talking about
or being abused as an adult.
making.
Again, I don't know what their situation is, and I just think it's wrong to like operate some assumption that it's like, oh, they're being irresponsible, they're being bad. I think that's the wrong framework to look at. I don't think that's correct.
Okay, well, since we have the magical dial where we can change the hypothetical. So let's just say she's not abused. These are just choices she's making about having sex.
Yeah.
All right. Now, my point is, I'm asking, why can't you? Well, I have to reword this.
Okay.
If a person changes what they're doing, they're going to change their outcome. So if she keeps having abortions, and let's say it's because financially she's not ready to have a child, then instead of having sex, maybe she should be working on her financial situation. If whatever birth control she was using the other time didn't work this time, maybe she should invest in a different birth control. I use the third example to say that eventually it has to come down to the person making choices. And this ideal that it's just healthcare, I can kind of get that, except for it's healthcare that you don't have to have if you keep making the same choices. It's not like a cancer treatment or something where you have no choice over it. You're literally, and you yourself listed off how many detrimental effects it has to the female body. So again, if the person's putting themselves through something like that, wouldn't it seem like there should be a moment where someone should speak to them and say, hey, change this point of view?
No.
Okay, why not, please?
Because I don't know what they're going through. It's awfully
well, if
presumptive.
You're a family member or something like that, you could talk to them, right?
That's different from a healthcare provider providing their service. You're just talking about a random person, a healthcare provider needs to what? Reprimand them? That's insane.
No,
the parents can do that. The family can do that. That I don't think that's the healthcare provider's place to say like, oh, you having too much sex. Stop having sex. You damn hoe. You hoe. You don't deserve.
I wasn't framing it.
You don't deserve this abortion because you're a hoe.
I wasn't framing this argument from the doctor's perspective. I'm talking about society and us and how we see things.
Even society, like don't judge a woman.
I'll work
just because they're getting a health care that they need.
What you're saying. Stop. I'll work within what you're saying. So I'm the doctor, and like your weight example, I say that, well, this third abortion has damaged this, and this. How do I, as a doctor, warn her against this happening again without it being without going into her personal life?
I'd be like, listen, abortions are very expensive. You can consider some cheaper alternatives. We have this form of birth control. Would you like to try it?
I brought that example up, didn't I?
I mean, you could say that, sure. It's not disrespectful,
I did bring
really,
that up
and it's
as
just
one of the
providing
deterrents,
services.
correct?
Then they don't have to have as many abortions.
So it is okay if a doctor would suggest an alternative behavior to the abortion.
Sure.
Well, then what are we arguing about, man? Because that's what I was talking about.
Okay. Well, the way that you're framing it makes it seem like you argue an anti-abortion perspective, like shame or whatever. I was arguing against that. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of shaming somebody just because they're getting health care.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Actually, we could also get into the issue of shame because we should bring shame back to society.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Yeah, definitely.
No, there's
Definitely.
mountains of empirical evidence that show it's super harmful.
Mm-hmm. Well, every time you say mountains of evidence, my first comeback is always going to be, who supports that evidence? Is it shaded in any certain
Large
way?
empirical bodies of research show this.
Let me ask you a question first. If you're a boy in let's say grade school, and you slap a young girl across the face,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that how do you think the classmates should respond to that?
Negatively.
Would that negativity involve shaming them? How could you hit a
Yes.
girl? Why would you hit a girl? So shame can be helpful, right?
I mean, I suppose so, but like in terms of getting health care, like we're going to shame her because she's getting an abortion?
Wait. No, don't twist my argument. I said we can discuss shame because we need to bring shame
All right,
back. But that
I'll
wasn't
concede
with
to
the
that. There's a
healthcare thing.
level of shame that is appropriate in certain contexts. Sure.
Yes. I'm talking about socially.
Like, I think if you're like a neo-Nazi, we should shame you. We should let people know that you're a neo-Nazi and don't talk to the neo-Nazi.
Well, I wouldn't.
Shame.
Well, no, I wouldn't push back against that. But what I'm talking about is in general, we have a live and let live attitude, which I understand. But at the same token, things are just getting out of hand now.
What's it getting out of hand? The abortions?
No. I mean, civilization in general, or the U.S. in general.
Civilization in general? My goodness. All of civilization.
Yeah.
Dang.
Well, no, I took that back and changed it to U.S.
Okay. The United States. All right. What's happening in the United States that you're worried about? Is it because men can be women and they can wear dresses?
Yeah. I can accept that if that's what the world wants it to be.
All these
but,
women
I mean, it's off-putting.
wearing dresses. These men wearing dresses.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's a
What
little
will happen?
off-putting.
Society will fall apart.
No, but some parts of it will crumble.
I'll crumble. I'm contributing
well,
to that.
Yeah, because it divides society, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, right now we're having...
It
we have
divides
different points
society
of view on
because
this
there's a bunch of
issue
hateful
because-
fucks. But it's like I don't give a fuck if it divides them. Fuck them. Fuck those people. Those people suck. Why would you want to like align with those people and placate to like asshole pieces of shit that don't want other people to just live their life just because they want to wear a dress? Go wear a dress. Who cares? That's not killing society.
All right. So I would say that the people on the other side of that argument would say the exact same things you just said, just changing a couple of words. Fuck those people. I don't care what they identify as because I don't have that mental illness, so I don't give a shit about what they say.
Okay.
You see how easy it is to think that way?
But the difference is that
Like-
one of them is applying humanity to people and the other one is not. You could change
that's
your
by your
political
definition.
opinions. It's like
That's by
it's like
your- that's by your definition
you're not
of
being
your
nice.
moral.
You're not being nice to people that want to own slaves. I'm like, yeah, you're right. I'm not being nice to those people. Those are terrible people. Fuck those people.
Okay.
Like,
I agree
what?
with you.
Like, why would I? Why would I side? Like, oh,
But
you
again,
gotta,
no,
you
no,
gotta
no,
be
no.
polite. No, go fuck yourself. No.
No, I'm not asking or telling you to be polite to the people who you oppose. What I'm saying to you is that you seem to have this perspective where they can't have the same type of conviction that you have when they're spitting their version of what they think is the truth towards your side.
Yeah, well, the problem is that I can show
let's put
them.
it this way.
I can show them a mountain of empirical evidence in favor of trans people. It does not change their mind. Their mind does not get changed. It maintains ignorance. Have you seen? Check it out. Look, let me give you an example. I don't even have to fucking make this stuff up. Look at this. Hold on. Look, I'll show you.
But isn't it all about being makeup?
People should watch my YouTube videos. People don't watch my YouTube videos. Watch my YouTube videos. They're good, I swear. Hold on. Let me see here. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. There's one that I have. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. All right. We're gonna have a little bit of a inception here.
Okay.
All right. And
now,
just so you're aware, the channel is about 12 seconds behind this call. Just FYI. So just give it a second. I'm gonna play. It's only 53 seconds long. Here we go.
You can pull studies out of your backside until you go blue in the face. We don't care. The audience doesn't care. The audience wants to see who's got the more logical position here. Just to let you know, it doesn't matter how many studies that you've got, First Amender.
My position does not. They openly admit, right, saying there is no amount of studies that will matter. There will never be enough studies. I have an entire book of evidence, and nobody ever listens to it. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Hold on.
Technical difficulties.
I got it right here. We ask new parents, is it a girl or is it a boy? And assume that the answer will be easy. Penis and scrotum define a boy, clitoris and labia a girl. However, parents and even pediatricians sometimes find it difficult to answer the seemingly simple question. This is because some children are born with intersex conditions, where the external genitalia are ambiguous, neither clearly male nor clearly female. This type of intersex condition, where the genitalia are so ambiguous that the sex assignment is difficult, probably occurs in about 1 in 12,000 births. In addition,
1 in 12,000?
The incidence of intersex births depending on some extent as to how intersex is defined. Certain conditions that involve less extreme genital aberrations sometimes are referred to as intersex. These include, for example, hypospadias, where the urethra does not reach the tip of the penis, but the genitalia are those of that of a male. If all such syndromes are included, intersex births can be thought as frequent as 1 in 100. 1 in 100.
Okay.
So, if we're able to observe ambiguity in the genitalia and the development of the genitalia, what's the chances that you think that there are likely hormonal aberrations that occur in the brain?
I don't discount that. I'm sure there are.
So that would mean that the internal sense of their sex is different than their genitalia. That's possible. And if that's possible, trans people are real, they exist, they are valid, everything falls into place. And not only that, the understanding in this way is able to account for intersex conditions, where intersex conditions unironically break the brain of right-wingers. They literally do not understand this topic at all.
It might be like a offshoot, well, like a counter argument to like Trump derangement syndrome. Like maybe their brains can't accept it.
Trans derangement syndrome. Oh my God.
You're welcome. You can have that. But wait, back to the issue. My pushback on that would be, you said 1 in 12,000.
Yeah, so those are for the most extreme genital aberrations, but less extreme genital aberrations do exist, and that occurs as frequent as 1 in 100.
Okay, not saying that it doesn't exist at all. But with those numbers, does it seem like changing how we announce whether you're having a boy or girl, does that percentage seem like it would be enough to actually change fundamentally how parents are told the gender of their child? Like that portion, that small portion.
No, the doctor chooses the gender of the child by looking at the genitals.
Well,
right,
yeah,
but we don't know what it's
about.
going to feel in its brain until it can start talking and start exhibiting
Okay,
behaviors.
then you're complicating regular basic life then, because you're not supposed to be worrying about whether your child's brain is going to be male or female presenting from the exterior.
This requires...
You're supposed to be joyful about your child's birth.
Yeah.
And the doctor should just say male or female,
yeah,
and that's
they
it
do.
for then.
And they do.
Then what are we arguing here?
Well, I'm just arguing that trans people exist. They are valid. And I believe that there is a basis in biology that I think is really important to consider, because a lot of people aren't even aware that it's not just social. It has a very strong biological component. People like to ignore this.
Okay. I actually concede the point to you as far as biologically. I do believe, but I don't. We went off the subject yet again because you jumped up on the soapbox.
Sorry.
What we were talking about was the closed-mindedness of both sides. If you were to go to a flat earther and show them all the data that says that the world is a globe, they still won't believe you. You agree with that, right?
100%, yes.
But I'm saying that they are passionate about it, and their belief overrides whatever you're saying to them.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I'm saying that there are people on your side of the fence as far as the trans issues go who are just as hard-headed, just as ignorant.
I couldn't agree with you more. That's why I make sure that I operate on evidence-based research. I think that's really important.
Fair enough. All right, first, well, that's pretty much, well, actually, you know what? I had one more question, but this is a quicker one. You had a bunch of trolls hitting your lineup the last live you had.
Yeah, they started posting gore and pornography on my Discord.
Oh, is that why you broke from? Because you broke from the chat and you said something was going on.
Yeah.
Okay, well, those same people, they were calling in. They were, like I said, they're spewing the N-word. And at one point, I counted. The dude said it 12 times in a row.
Yeah.
And you just sat there and you giggled.
Yeah.
And I'm not calling you racist. I'm not making this a racism issue with you.
Yeah.
But I am curious. Like, I've heard somebody say, they don't believe women are equal. And you call those people pieces of garbage, reprehensible.
Yep.
You never berated the people who called you in using the N-word.
It's a good point.
I'm just calling you out and let you know.
Good point. I think that,
all right, so just put in your
the
Rolodex
reason why is because I
time.
think like the people that are just going there and screaming the N-word, right? I think it's just a bunch of kids just being stupid. They're just playing around. And so like, I would say that it's, less harmful than say the people that are just like, oh, I just don't think women should have a right to vote, or like, oh, I think black people are inferior to white people. Like that is much more harmful than just like, I don't know, some kid going on and like, oh, we got some liberal and they're just like stuck in the Andrew Tate world. And I think approaching them and saying, oh, you're a terrible human being isn't really going to do anything.
Okay. It's funny who you hold accountable and who you don't. Again, not on a racial issue. But, like, let's say that they are just a bunch of teenagers. Mm-hmm. Shouldn't they be held accountable? Shouldn't someone tell them they're doing something wrong instead of laughing it off?
Sure. Well, I laughed it off because I'm just like, are you done? Like, I think there's only so many N-words they're going to be, like, pushing out, I guess. Like, they're just going to say the N-word over and over, and it's like, all right, you done? All right, now that they're just looking for a reaction.
I get that, but why even give them a chance to be done? It's your show, correct?
I guess so.
I've seen you cut off.
I can mute them, I guess.
Something in a debate.
I can mute them, I guess. Sure.
Okay, so I'm just calling it out so you know.
Fair enough. at
All
the
right, so
moment,
first,
right? You have to understand, right? This is a live show, and it's like,
yeah.
you know, what you're seeing is just my natural reaction to things. So like if I'm finding something humorous, because it's just like, it's so absurd to just have somebody call in and just spew the N-word at me over and over when I'm like asking legitimately, hey, you know, I want an actual discussion, an actual conversation.
Okay. Well, I think that just might be a problem with optics then. Like I don't know, if someone you didn't like was in the same situation they just giggled about and never said anything, you would probably judge that person as, oh, they're cool with that, or, oh, they're all right with this, right?
No, I'm not all right with saying the N-word.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying that if you saw someone else in that exact same
I'm
situation.
not all right with other people saying the N-word, if it makes you feel better.
No.
I just knew that in
that's
that
not what I'm
moment,
saying.
it wouldn't have mattered. Like, oh, don't say the N-word. It just would have caused more people to call saying the N-word when they realized that, you know, that they were not getting what they wanted out of me. Like they wanted me to kind of just like rage out. When they realized that it wasn't going to work on me, I think they just kind of fucked off, which is, that's what happened. And even one person actually had an actual discussion with me. Isn't that kind of cool?
One of those people?
Yeah. He was like, I was actually calling to troll, but, you know, you actually sound like a reasonable person.
I
so.
actually do recall that.
Yeah, dude.
But, oh, wait, I'm sorry. You are very good at getting off the actual point sometimes.
What do you mean? You asked me the question.
No, I'll tell you exactly what I mean. Because I was talking about the optics of the situation. I know you don't like Andrew Wilson. If you watch the video where Andrew Wilson was doing a call-in show and someone blasted the N-word for, let's say, 30 seconds straight. Yeah. And he didn't do anything, and then he just laughed at it. Would you not go off on him if you saw that on a clip? From your perspective of who you think he is, wouldn't you go off on him?
That's a good point.
Okay, good. I'm glad I got that then.
Probably the difference is that I think is probably a difference in internal motivation. I think he would laugh because he genuinely finds the N-word funny. I was laughing because of the absurdity of the situation.
I get that. Like I said, I was just talking about the optics, but we both agree.
Optically, but yeah, sure. Maybe it's like poor optically. I'll grant you that. See, I agree with people when I'm proven wrong. You did it.
Yeah, actually, that's like one of the first times. Normally, you are very disingenuous. I like listening.
I am not disingenuous. You know, now I take it back.
you have like soy boy Jedi force deflection. It goes on all the time.
I do.
I'm just letting you know.
I have that Jedi
Now, look, I
powers
really enjoyed this conversation, and I still want to debate you on spanking and discipline in America.
Oh my God, dude! You actually think spanking's okay? Oh my God.
Yes,
dude, you know that's illegal in most countries? Most modern countries make it illegal to spank your children. It's only in the United States because
crime rate in those countries?
Lower than ours.
Give me an example.
Most European countries.
First, if you don't mind me asking, roughly how old are you?
35. I'm almost 36.
Okay. Within the last 15 years, do you think that people's general behavior has gotten worse or better?
Worse. Much worse.
In public situations?
Much worse.
Worse? Much worse?
Much worse.
Okay. During that time frame, isn't that during the time frame where spanking was frowned upon and taken out of most parenting and younger people who are coming up as parents?
That's a causation and correlation issue. I think that like just a lot of people have, there's been a lot of, well, let me explain it this way. I think like what I can blame is actually the algorithms in this, and I'll explain how.
Okay.
So algorithms operate on for YouTube and Facebook and all that, operate on engagement. If they get engagement, that boosts your stuff, right? Where people are engaging, they're commenting, they're liking. And so here's the thing. When you post some blatantly hateful crap, what ends up happening is that liberal-minded fellows will come in and say, well, that's wrong. That's wrong. And this is why it's wrong. And then other people who are fans of that channel will come back and say, screw you, you're wrong. And then you end up with an argument that happens. Engagement. It promotes engagement, right? It doesn't matter if it's bad engagement or good engagement. It's just engagement. And so the engagement is what it gets you views. And so things like Andrew Wilson do quite well, right? Because they say some blatantly hateful shit that most people would disagree with. People end up disagreeing with them, and then they end up with a giant hate brigade. And I think there's a lot of young kids who got put into like the Andrew Tates of the world and Andrew Wilsons of the world. And, they just like that edgy, kind of politics because it bothers people. And they go down, a pathway that's very negative.
Okay. I do agree with all you said about engagement and, getting the algorithm to work for you. But I am so curious, how is that explaining spanking and the difference in the behavior of children over that 15-year period? Because it seems like, again, you're deflecting from what we're actually talking about. If we stop spanking children and their behavior is getting progressively worse, why do you not see that there's a bullseye right there for you to see?
Well, no, because I believe that there's just mountains of empirical evidence that prove that overwhelmingly that spanked children often associate aggression over neutral things such as faces. Like that's one thing. They also have more long-term psychological issues. These are proven. And they often tend to be more aggressive. The cycle of abuse continues. And these are empirically proven. There are giant meta-analysis studies that provide this.
Okay. All right, then I'm that obtuse person. I don't believe in none of your data. All I'm going to go with is what I've seen in my life and all my friends' lives and what I see on TV and social media and on movies. Yeah. Now, for one thing, just so you know, I'm much older than you. I'm 54.
Yeah.
So I come from a generation where we didn't get in trouble in high school or in school at all for the most part because we were worried about what would happen when the school called our parents. Mm-hmm. We had respect for teachers. Just the idea of someone beating up a teacher, unfucking heard of. Completely off the table.
Yeah.
So now I can literally go on the internet and I could probably pull up 70 examples of some teacher getting punched in the face right now.
Yes.
And that's where I put my dad at. I see that people don't have the general respect for authority figures that they used to have or for other human beings.
So I believe
I think that stems from not being spanked and disciplined at some point in their life.
Yeah, I believe that spanking leads to short-term benefits, but long-term you're rolling the dice as to whether or not it results into negative psychological problems in the future, like long-term problems. It's a total dice roll. Well, there's instances where there's no problem, and then there's instances where there are problems. And so I believe that there are parental techniques.
Wouldn't that work on free parenting
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I believe that there are parental techniques that do the same thing, but are much more effective and do not lead to those negative outcomes.
Okay, I would still like to test that theory because if the point is that discipline might work, it might not. Yeah. You can't say that free parenting might work, it might not.
Well, you can, for example,
depends on the child and the technique.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, wouldn't it depend on the child and the technique? Because I think that if you're saying spanking, there's a difference between spanking a child on their bottom or beating them with a clothes hanger like you mommy dearest or something like that. There's a big difference. But one of the reasons we have discipline is so that we're taught things that are going to happen in the real world when you're not under the force field of your parents' protection. So people will tell you no. You have to be able to
I'm not
adapt to being told you can't do this, and there's a reason for it.
Well, okay. So I'll go ahead and provide you the.
Why would you do that? I've already said I'm obtuse. I refuse to listen to data. How are you going to convince me without your data? How are you going to talk to me
Well, I don't need data. I could just give you better alternatives. Listen, all I'm doing is providing you
Okay.
tools, right? You're
Yes.
using a tool that I think is it may be effective in the short term, but it causes harm in the long term. I'm saying, hey, there are tools that are effective in the short term and don't cause harm in the long term. Use this tool instead.
Okay. Well, give me your alternatives, and then I also have another perfect example for you.
Well, I don't have just one. I have a toolbox for you.
Oh, feel free. Can I dispute them as we go along?
Yeah, sure. I think one of
go
them
ahead.
at a very young age, timeout, very, very, very effective. You don't need to spank. You could do a timeout. It's 1 minute per year of age. You calmly explain to them why they're in timeout and then follow up with a calm conversation afterwards. It's, that's one thing. That's one tool.
All right.
I'm
But
not-
one point of contention for that. Well, we're going to go point for point. I'm just saying. What if the child just doesn't want to go in that corner? What if the child just keeps running out of that corner? Where's your alternative?
Well, I got a whole, I told you, I got a smorgasbord of
Okay,
tools.
go on to your next one.
All right. Another one is
the plethora
what's
of
called a
excuses. A
plethora. Yes. I got there's almonds and nuts and apricots and cheeses and wines. It's all there. Anyway, okay, a natural consequence. I think that's one example. So a good example is if a child is, as long as it's safe, obviously, but if they say refuse to wear a coat, fine, go without a coat. They're going to feel cold, right? That's what's ultimately, keep the coat with you, but you'd be like, oh, are you cold? You could teach a child cause and effect without even needing punishment. You could just show them the consequence. Again, provided it's safe. You don't,
Provided it's safe. Okay.
Yeah, don't let them touch a burning
Provided
hot
it's safe.
stove. But I think, teaching that cause and
Okay.
effect is really important.
So let me give you my pushback, because most of my pushbacks come to the fact that your standpoint is based on the fact that the child will be rational and will understand.
No, they're
what
not
you're
rational.
saying instead of not being.
They're not.
But
You're instilling rationality.
So again, let's say that you said as long as it's safe. I get that. But again, we're talking about a child, so it's not going to be a safe situation. It's snowing outside and your child doesn't want to wear a coat. Are you going to put them in timeout where they decide they're not going to be in timeout? What is the third option?
No, I'll just take them along. Right?
Without
I would
their coat
walk
into the
them. I would
snow?
walk them out in the snow, and then in about 5 minutes they'd go, "Can I have that coat?" I'm like, "Oh, are you cold? Maybe next time you listen to me."
You know what? I'm going to concede. I'm going to concede that because I do like that. Although I
That's
would
good.
push back and say one thing about that. Would you not say that there are people amongst the liberals who say that's abuse of a child, taking them out into the snow without a jacket on?
You're just instilling. It's a natural consequence. It's totally okay. It's okay if your kid gets hurt once in a while, right? Out of their own action. Now, obviously, not so much so that it would harm them, but I'm saying that it's natural for that to happen. Okay, I got more. This is one of my favorite tools. Are you ready?
No, this
My
is
favorite
interesting.
tool.
Feel free, go.
This is my favorite tool. Logical consequences. Hands down, one of my favorite. Basically,
agree with that
if
one.
they do something bad, you help them repair that situation. So a good example is like, okay, if they're drawing on a wall, they help clean it up, right? And so what you're doing is you create a consequence directly related to that bad behavior, right? So if your kid is, ripping up the furniture, you say, well, guess you gotta make up for that, and then they then have to do chores where they earn money. And then over time you go get a new couch or whatever. That just as an example,
Okay.
This encourages that responsibility and repair for their own actions, and you don't have to get upset about it. It is just, hey, this is what happens when you do this bad thing. You know, you have to be
Yes.
responsible for yourself. And this is, again, instilling at a very young age responsibility. And again, much, much better than spanking. Much better, much more
Okay.
effective, and you lead to better outcomes overall and
According
better
to you.
behavior.
According to you.
All right, next one. And you could do this. This is.
Oh, wait. I didn't get my chance to rebuttal that one.
Go ahead. All right. You don't like, do you like the logical? That's my
Okay.
favorite one.
No, actually, again, I did agree with that in the real world, but
Yeah.
for the purpose of this debate, I'm just pushing back on these
Okay.
things. All right, so I have, as a child, I've decided that I'm not wearing my coat. I'm not going into the corner, and you're talking to me rationally and telling me that we're going to clean up that crayon mess that you made together. Well, no, I'm not going to do that. 'Cause
You're
I'm
a
not
goddamn-
being rational.
you're a
and I
goddamn
don't care
hellion.
about the circumstances.
You're a
Yes, I
goddamn
am. So
hellion.
again,
Well, good thing I
so
got
again,
more.
so
I got
far-
more.
Go ahead. All right, you're going to run out before I do, but go ahead, because you're still not disproving my point
Well-
yet. But go ahead.
Guess what, kiddo? You are losing screen time for a couple days.
Who?
My kid who's not listening. Why?
Oh, okay, you're talking about taking away one of their privileges.
Yeah,
I get that.
yeah, for sure. You can take away privileges. That's, by the way, that's a negative punishment. But it actually does lead to positive outcomes. But what's really
I know
important
it does. I have several children. I would rather take away one of their things.
What's really important is linking the action with the outcome. You know, and if you explain it calmly and clearly, they are able to associate, hey, if I do this, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to lose, privileges of something, right? But it has to be, one, it's got to be meaningful, and two, it has to be short. If you do it long, trust me, it'll be
They'll
like,
adapt to it.
yeah, they adapt to it. It's really bad. You don't want that. Okay. Next one.
Okay.
This is more the, foo-foo stuff. You could,
Feeling.
you could talk to your child to understand why they acted out a specific way, and you can brainstorm better choices together. Just sitting down and talking together about it often will build trust and emotional intelligence. That can help. Helps, especially if it's girls. Yeah?
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course.
Do you like my tools so far? I got more.
Well, now that one I wouldn't push back because I do agree with that, but you're still not disproving the point as far as like, what do you do with the hellion who doesn't apply to any of your rationales that you're giving? Like, at
they
what
have not
point do you
responded
actually
to
put your
any
hand
of the
on a
things
child
that
and
I have
push
done
them
so
to a
far?
chair and say, sit here? Huh?
All right. Well, okay. What about where you don't react to the negative things, but you react to positive things? So praising, rewards, privileges for good behavior.
Oh, that's the worst one I'm sorry. That is the worst example you brought up so far.
You think?
Little Johnny just threw his baseball bat through the glass window.
Oh, no. You're
gonna
not.
ignore
No.
that.
You're not gonna.
I'm giving you the example. I'm going to ignore that. I'm not. Well, you know what? That shattered glass.
Yeah, I'm not
so
using
he's
the
gonna
positive
go-
reinforcement tool for that one. No. We're
So
doing
again,
we're doing the
timeout?
logical. No, we're doing the logical consequences on that one.
Okay, so because you broke this window, you're going to go sit in that corner for 10 minutes.
No, you're gonna,
5
because you
minutes,
broke
whatever.
that window. You're gonna do chores, and you're gonna get paid for doing the chores until you make up enough money to pay for that window.
That's both good and bad because I do like the consequences
monetary?
of taking the money back from them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it'll make them respect the need for saving money and things of that nature. I do agree on that point.
Oh yeah.
But I think that might be pretty damn expensive by the time that gets through to that child if they decided, I don't know, kick your TV over or, throw
Well,
the
I mean,
PlayStation
trust
across
me,
the floor. 'Cause in these scenarios,
this
that's possible.
consequence, right, really only happens once or twice, and then that's it. The kid is going to go out of their way to avoid problems because
Yeah,
they
but
know
also
that there will be a
that
direct
also- wait,
consequence
I'm
onto
sorry.
them. They end up paying
I'm
for
sorry.
it.
I just realized there's another flaw in this, though. Again, we're talking about a child who isn't doing what you say anyway. So why are they going to do the chores? They already don't listen. You see how it keeps going back to the child's not listening to you.
Say that again.
It's the flaw in this logic is that at the end of the day, it still rests on the child doing the chores to get the allowance to pay you back. But if the child won't listen to you and won't do their chores, again, how is your system working?
Man, this is one heck of an alien. If honestly, if there's something like that where it's like all these tools have not worked, there's likely something psychological going on. I would probably have them go to a psychologist to figure out what's wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. They don't need a. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't spank them. I just wouldn't. I mean, I may be able to get immediate, response. But here's the problem, right? One of the things that studies had found out regarding spanking is that it often among parents that say that they spank their kids, that they're okay with spanking their kids, they actually find out that many do not actually even understand how much pain that they're inflicting on their child. And when they misbehave again, they're often their responses hit harder. And it's very, very harmful. It gets to the point where there are children legitimately getting abused because of just stupidity on the parents' part.
I believe that there are parents who are abusive when they spank. I would concede to that point. But I also say that some of that is from the point of view of, okay, myself, I was spanked as a child. Where I ended up being a pretty much normal adult. One of the things that I learned from it is that, wow, I did that and that happened. And you know what? I really don't want to get spanked again for doing something like that again. So I stopped doing that action. And it didn't take years and years, and it didn't give me psychological traumas.
Yeah. I think like one thing is that it has to be prolonged. Like that's one of the things, like a consistent thing. I think if like you're spanked like once or twice, it doesn't really result in super negative outcomes, but children that are regularly spanked, and also the problem is that there's just techniques that are more effective and lead to better outcomes overall.
Okay, here's the thing. I think that this is one time where we might be arguing right alongside each other, because I'm not saying that spanking should be the only discipline. I'm saying it should be part of discipline, because the thing is that between spanking, there's all the other examples you gave, but there are times for spankings. Have you ever watched any of the public videos where like some child's in Walmart just destroying a whole aisle of merchandise?
Yeah.
Like it's become a pretty popular trend.
Yeah.
When you're watching the parent just watch the child do that, there is no part of you goes, God, you have no control over your child.
Yeah. There is a part of me that goes, why do you have no control over your child? In a situation like that, for me personally, I would physically grab the child and get them to stop. But no spanking. I'm not spanking.
People, okay. All right. Well, okay. I guess I could understand that. But, there are people who would say even grabbing a child
No.
would be considered.
No, you have to control.
Well,
your child is fucking stupid.
For discipline and abuse is all over the place sliding.
Yeah. Well, that's not grabbing your child is not abuse. I'm sorry. You're just protecting your child. Children are stupid. They're not smart. They're also not rational at all. They're not rational.
All right. I know that you're going to push back on this. I know you're going to push back, but it doesn't matter. Because children are stupid and irrational, sometimes as a parent, your children have to fear you. They have to fear you more than something that will let me finish. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish my sentence, and then you can debate it, right?
All right.
Okay. Because if a child fears you more than something that truly will hurt them, you're doing a greater good there. If you have a baby who just for some reason is fascinated with light sockets or whatever, and for some reason you can't rearrange your house to keep them away from that light socket, you might have to pop that baby's hand and say, hey, you're going to have to associate this minor pain with something that could actually kill you.
Honestly, after being told, let's say, for example, after them being told, I would actually, you know what I would do? I would ensure
What?
that they're wearing rubber shoes. And yeah, just let them try.
Okay.
They won't die. They'll be all right.
All right.
It'll hurt like hell, but that shock is only going to happen once. And you know, if after I've told them multiple times over and over, yeah, I let the natural, I let them associate the negativity not with me, but with the device that they're fucking with. Yeah.
Okay, that's much better than spanking their tail. Yeah, I don't know what was all what.
Good old natural consequence. See, I got a whole litany of tools, man. I'm telling you.
I believe in natural consequences, but I think that I think it's much more appropriate for the father to pop the child's hand than to let them take a shock, whether it be a mild shock or not. Like, I mean,
well, I mean,
like, what are
listen.
we talking about?
At first, right? I would have no problem firmly grabbing the child and say, don't do that. You could end up really hurt. You could end up in the hospital. That's really dangerous. Like, I would scare the shit out of them, with it.
But we're talking about a baby right now.
Some dumb baby?
Like we're
It's
talking
just a
about,
baby?
like, no, not baby, toddlers. Yeah, you can't pop a baby. I'm talking like a
How the
toddler.
fuck is
or
a fucking
something.
baby touching a gut? Protect your goddamn home. What? You got a baby?
Well, I threw it into the scenario. No,
No, I'm
I'm
putting rubber shit on on all of the outlets. Yeah. That's $10 on Amazon.
I said that you couldn't. I said you couldn't proof the house for some reason.
Why not? It's like $10 on Amazon. Those little rubber stoppers. It's a fucking baby. Babies are stupid.
Hey, you can't change the hypothetical in the middle of the hypothetical. At least I hope not.
Oh, rubber stoppers.
Oh well. Anyway, First, you did draw me in because I was getting ready to go, man. But I would like to finish this discussion with you some other day. I really did appreciate this talk, man.
Hold on, I gotta find this. Yeah, like honestly, like yeah. I mean, if I'm having a kid, man, I'm getting some, some safety plugs. Like those plug like a plug cover. Yeah, I'm installing that on every single, if my kid will not stop messing with it, then yes, that would be what I would do.
You're like the Sopranos. You keep pulling me back in.
All right, go, leave, bye.
Wait, I got another question for you. Because this whole discipline thing is kind of funny to me. All right, would you ever teach your son how to fight?
Would I ever teach my son how to fight? No. No, I don't want to teach my son how to fight. No.
Please ask me why. I mean, please tell me why.
No, I think like my child should not look at aggression or an idea that they could potentially self-defense against like an adult. More of what I would do is if somebody, I would teach them if somebody is hitting you, tell an adult, or if nobody is around and somebody is wanting to hurt you, scream as loud as you can. Yep. Get attention.
Okay.
As loud as you want.
All right. You do. All right. You do understand that young boys roughhouse a lot.
Oh,
correct?
yeah, sure. No, go roughhouse. That's fine.
Finding their way in the social order and things like that.
Yeah,
right?
go for it.
If your child learns at a very early age to just, roll over on their belly and scream for help, don't you think it's going to put them in a much worse situation where they're getting picked on or attacked by bigger opponents? Because
like I said, if it's now roughhousing and fighting, those are two completely different things.
Roughhousing normally leads to fighting the kids. You got to be honest. You got to be realistic with some of
That's true. That's true.
You were a child
that's part of that's part of the growth. But I'm not going to sit there and teach them how to fight. No, I think what it does is that it leads to a false sense of security. And it often will lead a child to making decisions that can actually ultimately very much harm the child. Such as thinking that they can take on a full-grown adult because they've been going to karate class. Well, I got news for you. I don't care if you're a fucking black belt kid. You're getting stomped by that man.
Okay, I get that, but I would assume that when you're teaching your child, you're also going to be teaching your child that You're not the one who's looking for this danger, but you have to be aware that danger will come your way, and this is what to do when danger approaches you. Going from your initial response, again, by the time your son becomes a teenager and he's had countless bullying, because that's what's going to happen to a person who never fights back. You do understand that, right? Like, teachers can only intervene so many times. Other students are not going to intervene all the time.
I'd give the kid a backpack full of White Claws. No, I'm fucking with you guys. Energy drinks or something. No, not nothing like that. Something that the kids like that he could offer as a truce.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So you want to bribe the bullies now?
Hell yeah.
You want to reward them for bad behavior?
No, he's gonna.
God.
No,
do you know
he's
what you will do to your child?
No, he's gonna. No. He'll end up with a bunch of friends.
No, he won't.
Yeah.
They will take
the bullies. Will protect him.
You know,
they'll be like, dude, that's fucking energy drink Steve. Fuck, dude. Don't fuck with energy drink Steve. He's cool. He gives us energy drinks.
Did you go to a public school?
Yeah.
Okay, now,
yeah, of course.
I want you to be real with me for a second. If I'm a bully and I decide that, you got 5 energy drinks? Well, I want all 5 of them. Well, now, what are you going to give the other bullies?
Okay, whatever.
You're going to make your son a
Hey, yo, I'd give you this.
Bullying.
Hey, yo, I'd give you this energy
what
drink.
What are you talking about?
I'd give you this energy drink, Joe, but unfortunately, Rob stole them all from me. Rob stole all your energy drinks? Yeah, Rob stole all my energy drinks. And I was like, man, fuck Rob. Let's go fuck up Rob.
Okay, that is very movie-like, but that's not reality. Reality is the bully's going to go, oh, so why'd you give Rob my energy drinks? Give me 2 more energy drinks than him tomorrow.
Come on.
That's what we're talking about, extortion and bullying.
It's
You're
not like an everyday
right
thing.
here.
Come on, relax.
Why wouldn't it be?
Potential solutions.
Seriously, what would stop numerous people from constantly picking on
if you want me like genuinely, like the fighting doesn't stop, I'd be like, all right, time to learn to fight. Sure, why not? I'll grant you.
Fair enough then. That's all I want. That's all I want
time
to
learn
say,
to fight,
self-defense and fighting are two.
You know, but generally speaking, I don't want my kid to fight. I want my kid to avoid fighting.
I get that.
I want to instill a value that it's not okay to fight. Because like me as a kid, I was a pretty hardcore bully. I was a bully as a kid, believe it or not. And I was good at fighting too. Yeah, dude, I was squirrely. Dude, I was as a kid throughout middle school, man, I was squirrely, dude. I like the kind of stuff that I would do was just crazy. Like, dude, we would like go places and fucking like find like the nerd and like punch him and shit. Like awful. I'm not proud of this, right? At all. It's terrible.
Well, then wait. If you were truly like that, then why the hell are you talking this fantasy bullshit about buying people? When you were a bully,
dude, if somebody
you have taken those energy drinks and it would have been cool?
Yeah, I would have been like, shit. Maybe fucking Glenn isn't so bad. No, we didn't. We beat him up because he was a snitch. That's why. We were like, snitches get put in ditches. That's what we would say. I'm not even kidding.
I never thought I'd hear you say that. That's funny.
Said that. We would say that shit, dude. We were listening to Dr. Dre, dude.
Well, I'll end on this.
You know the 2001 album?
Yeah.
This is what I grew up with.
I can't even see you listening to that type of music, to be honest. When did you find that? Don't you find rap music offensive now? Wouldn't it be offensive?
No, I love rap music.
State you're in?
No.
How could you love rap?
I love rap music.
Love rap music and be a liberal, man. Come on.
What do you mean? You could be a liberal and like rap music?
Really? Who do you listen to?
Like, you could be a... Okay, who do I like? You know what? I listened to the song.
Just give me 2 artists. Give me 2 artists you listen to.
I loved Kendrick Lamar's All Right. I love that song.
Okay. I give you that.
Love that song. That is an incredible song. I enjoy hold on. I just had it in my head and it just totally blanked. Fuck.
This man is lying.
I'm not lying. I do like Outkast a lot, but a lot of people say they like Outkast.
Well, yeah, Outkast works. But again, I think that you're kind of going with outline. Like the majority of rap wouldn't be things that you would agree with. Misogyny.
Yeah,
violence,
I mean, sure, but I mean,
right?
The way that I look at it, the way that I look at it as is it's like, it is a result of the past grievances. That's what I think it is, and so I can't fault somebody.
I think it's just record companies pushing bullshit to a community.
Oh, really? You think?
Yeah, definitely. Since the
I don't
80s,
think so.
It's just been pushed society-wise.
I mean, people listen to that stuff. They love it.
I really am going now, first.
All right, goodbye.
I enjoyed the conversation.
Goodbye.
Man. Take care.
All right. I wonder what rap music that they were listening to prior. Hold on. All right. All right. Where was I? Yes. So phone number is open. 202-998-5218. That was actually a really interesting conversation. Huh. If he showed up, if that call showed up for the show, I probably would have made that the weekly video. If he showed up on Thursday and that was the conversation, yeah, I think I would make that the weekly video. That was a good convo. Base Got Flashy says, I would be shocked if it turns out that most rap music fans are conservative. Republicans are always attacking rap music. Dude, true! It instills bad values. Implying that the music you listen to turns you like into a criminal? What? Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem right. Guys, I don't know where to go in this game. Rain says, why are you woke, Amender? Because I'm just aware of the negative societal implications. I'm just aware of those things, and I think other people should be aware of those things. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender.
It's my brother.
How you doing?
Is this about birthday food eating?
Yeah, hey, we wanted to say happy birthday, and Mackenzie made you a delicious-looking key lime pie.
Oh, and I got a...
It's huge.
It's huge.
It's huge.
And it's from scratch.
Where are we going?
Down to the whipped cream.
Where are we going? Where are we going? No, hold on. Don't say where we're going. I just realized why. Don't say where we're going. I'll call you in a bit, okay? When this show's over. I've been streaming for like three, almost 4 hours now. I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to do 4.5, 5. I don't know.
I have something to add to the show. I learned a new word.
Oh, okay. What's your new word?
So the new word is tacit. Tacit knowledge.
Okay.
And it means knowledge that is implied that you have and doesn't need to be taught.
How do you spell it?
And the example I use, hang on one sec. Was it tacit? Hold on. Was it tacit? Yes, tacit.
How do you spell that?
Tacit.
Okay.
Yes. And the example I use is if you're learning how to drive a car, you got to learn the rules of the road, but you don't need to be told how the wheel works.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like,
It's
gotcha.
Yeah.
I would say, like, if you're going into calculus, it's probably assumed you understand fundamentals of arithmetic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
Everybody's telling me happy birthday in chat.
Oh, good.
It's not my birthday yet. It's almost my birthday.
Happy birthday.
In case I'm not streaming. By the way,
I was watching your stream. It was quite entertaining. I appreciated that last guy.
yeah, he actually sounded like a reasonable, interesting gentleman. Did you like my smorgasbord of discipline that I would use?
I didn't. I wasn't there for the whole time.
Oh, okay,
I was in and out of it.
All right.
Yeah, but you'll tell me all about it at dinner.
Okay. All right.
And I can't wait.
All right. Well.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. Have a
All
good
right.
stream, Amanda.
Okay. All right,
Bye.
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 All right. Phone numbers are open. 202-998-5218. My birthday is on the 21st. So it's a couple of days away. But because of like how inconvenient it is to have a birthday on a Monday, we're just kind of celebrating it on the weekend. Fair enough. I get it. And today is a cheat day, so I can eat garbage. Yeah, garbage. Please sponsor me. Brian says, is it weird that they call you a mender? Yes, it's weird, but I trained them to call me a mender because I don't want them to say my name because I don't want to get doxxed because I've been doxxed in the past. It's not fun. Sponsor me, Jelly Belly. Do it. You get free advertising. All you got to do is send me the Jelly Bellies. Send me the Jelly Bellies. Do it. Guys, I don't know where to go in this game. I have been wandering around aimlessly for forever. I don't know where to go. Phone numbers are open. 202-998-5218. Let's see here. Base Golf Flashy says, my grandma's birthday is today. I'm calling her later when she wakes up. How's she not awake now? Aren't grandparents known for being up like really freaking early for some reason? I've always thought they were. I think you have a safe base of supporters, but that's your decision. Bobro says, Rain, you should call and sing to him. It's funny. You don't need to, please. I'm not too proud of being 36. Sorry, people sending me messages. Oh my goodness. All right, people are adding me and all the good stuff. Anyway, continuing on. Rain says, I hate calling on the phone. I have vocal dysmorphia. Fair enough. No! Bobro says, oh, I get that. I hate calling on the phone. I prefer text or talking in person. Really? I do the phone because it's accessible. Anybody can call in, which leads to some very interesting figures calling in. Oh, yeah. Wasn't there a boss? I'm trying to remember. There was a boss. And I just kind of neglected it. Flashy says she sleeps a lot and has a morning routine. I wait until she's probably sitting on the couch watching TV. She's 93. Wow. Old. AWOL Thoughts says, thanks, Night Fox. First doesn't get learning to defend yourself as rational. I didn't say don't defend yourself. I just wouldn't go out of my way to teach my kid how to fight. I would rather teach them to learn how to read. You know? It was so funny, man. There was I'm trying to remember the story of this journalist who was trying to cover some sort of violent protest. And the violent protesters turned to this journalist, and then they wanted to just attack him, just mob mentality. And the guy, rather than him having a gun, the guy had a backpack of White Claws. And he just busted him out, and he was like, I have White Claw. And he just started handing White Claw to the rioters, and the rioters calmed down with this journalist, and it saved his life. The White Claw. I'm not kidding. That actually happened. That's a real thing that happened. I got to pull that up. I remember reading it somewhere. Hold on. Hold on. I don't know where I got this. I know I read it somewhere. And not on Reddit. Make the U.S. like Cuba with 100% literacy. Definitely heighten our literacy. But I am kind of curious, like, are those WHO numbers or Cuba numbers? Because big difference. There might be a big difference between those two numbers. That's my only gripe, I guess. Where do I go in this game? I don't know what I'm doing, guys. Guys, help. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where to go. We'll turn up the music while we... AWOL Thought says, hey, Bobro, I was the caller, and yes, I was afraid of my parents because they were my parents. They were the authority. That turned into respect when I got older. Bobro says, there's always a diplomatic option. Shit. Okay, I can die here. Alright, let's see. Dude, you guys should see how good I've been getting at Crash Bandicoot. Oh my god. It's been terrifying. I've been doing good work. People who think there's always a diplomatic option get surprised a lot. There was this tragic case of this child named, what was his name? His name was, What was the kid? What was the kid? Hold on. Not this one. Hold on. Yeah. Gabriel Fernandez. Does anybody know about it? Tragic case. Poor kid. He was a kid that was abused by his parents because they thought he was gay. Awful. They made this kid eat cat litter because he wouldn't, like, his chore was to take care of cat litter, to take care of the cat litter, and he just forgot it. And they made him eat cat litter in response. Horrendous. You know, it's moments like that where I can consider, like, my goodness, I mean, that's like just abuse. Bro. Bobro, have your parents ever punished you? Amender, the 100% literacy rate was affirmed by the UNESCO. Oh, cool. Very cool. Good. Mia Mantry says, AWOL thoughts. That's not respect. That's obedience. Even if a child does what they are told to do for the wrong reasons, shouldn't we want them to do it for the right reasons? I agree with that. I agree. I don't know where to go, guys. Distant village? I don't know. I don't know where I'm... Let me look at the map. Where is this? That's right, we've done this. Rain says, I think we should prioritize trust and not fear. I agree with that. Spirit's Glade. Where do I go? Let's take that tram. See where that tram takes us. AWOL says, and when you knew you were going to get disciplined, were you looking forward to it? Were you afraid? I just think that there's more effective ways. That's all I'm saying. Like, I personally think that a spanking should be illegal because it has resulted in some pretty negative outcomes, and we just have more effective ways to discipline children. We just have better ways to do it. So we should outlaw things that hurt children, you know, to a substantial degree. And I do think that spanking is under that, you know, and a majority of Europe agrees with that. And I can't. Where should I go? Let's go check out Dirtmouth. I haven't been to Dirtmouth in so long. Oops. Being disappointed in yourself helps you grow so long as it doesn't get out of control. Joy Ball says, the best part about spanking smart kids is that you pretty much only need to do it a couple of times and then you really never need to do it again. Yeah, you just don't spank. Don't spank your kids. We are taking phone calls, 202-998-5218. If you disagree with that, just give me a call and we'll have the conversation. Rain says, I think fear of letting your parents down, aka shame, is very detrimental. We should encourage children to talk to their parents without fear of being shamed. I agree. Bobo says, I don't know. A gardener often has tools with them. Rain says, it creates a healthier and safer atmosphere. Completely agree. Let's see. Night Fox says, it's better to be a fighter in a garden than a gardener in a fight. I mean, I guess so, but we're not in a, basically it's just saying like everybody needs to be a fighter. That's stupid. Not everybody needs to be a fighter. I don't agree with that at all. Fuck fighting. Fighting sucks, bro. All me and my homies hate fighting. We just strive to get along. Strive to get along. Oh my God, bruh. Let's see here. Crazy. Bobro says, at AWOL Thoughts, yes, I looked forward to being disciplined as I often knew because my parents at least raised me with a good sense of right and wrong. And when I did something wrong, I felt horrible about it. AWOL Thoughts says, Rain, what actually teaches a child any moral structure if you can't display anything negative about their behaviors? Let's see. Bobro says, not that I'm afraid of consequences, but I felt guilty about being bad. Bobro said, talking is pretty established to teach kids better than punishment. AWOL says, LOL, sure. Okay, Bobro. Every time I talk to you, I wonder when the real world is going to knock at your door. Bobro says, it already has. Why do you think the real world is so negative and good can't exist in it? Haha. Woo! I just want to see Dirtmouth. Does it look okay? I haven't seen Dirtmouth in a while. Ow. I am realistic. You're sheltered. That's all. I would love to see a debate between Bobro and AWOL. That would be fun. Shit! Ow. Got hit. There's something nearby. Oh my. Goodness gracious. Aren't you the guy whose family doesn't know the 10 Commandments? I know the 10 Commandments. I don't like them. I don't like the 10 Commandments. I think there's better rules out there that you can follow. And where, like, they're not, like, redundant rules. Don't have any gods before me. Don't make an idol. I'm like, okay. Isn't that redundant? Couldn't you just say don't have any god? Like, by just saying don't have any gods before me, it kind of implies don't make any idols of any gods before me. Like, God's redundant as heck in those 10 Commandments. It doesn't make any sense. Like, 3 of them is just like, only me. No one else. Oh, fuck. All right, note to self, don't hit those. All right. Bobo Johnny Biscuits wants to debate you. Johnny Biscuits? Matthew is rolling his eyes. All right. Hey, I'm right here. You can call. I don't know if you don't like what I have to say. Flashy said, Amender, did you see the Ezra Klein and Sarah McBride discussion on trans issues? It was pretty controversial. Would be an interesting reaction video idea. No, I have not. I often don't end up watching a lot of these YouTubers. Temple of the Black Egg. Got pregnant from being raped and then would force her to keep the kid. Ugh. Hopefully not. Ow! Dude, I even tried to avoid it. Alright, well, I'm almost at Dirtmouth. I just want to see it. Is everything okay in Dirtmouth? Yeah. Looks like it is. Well, that's really horrible. No shade thrown, but that's so. Why are you still there? Tramp him. And then just some random other pins. Hmm. Ah. Found this fancy key floating in the waterways in the city far below us. I have not cleaned it. Huh. That looks valuable. Anyway, this has been a fun time. I think I'm going to call it here, though. I didn't make any progress in this game. I played for 4 hours. I didn't make any progress. I don't know what I'm doing in this game. I'm just wandering. What do they say here? Can I talk to this one? Guess I can't. Anyway, appreciate y'all very much for joining, listening, calling. Very cool. If you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a really tiny YouTuber, so any amount of, subscribers, that's huge. Even if it's like 1 or 2, that's great, So thank y'all very much. I will see you.